They were all icons of imaginations. I believe that they stand for the zeitgeist, out of which Ruigoord was born. Ruigoord became the home of remarkable personalities that represented counterculture and New Age, striving to live in harmony with nature and kindred spirits worldwide. In recent decades, Amsterdam lost much of its independent spirit. Ruigoord barely survived. Many other free spaces, however, disappeared. Luckily, there are always exceptional personalities that keep the holy fire burning against all odds. Mike de Veer is one of them. He's a pioneer in creating free spaces and is always reminding Amsterdam of its old promise of freedom. That's why I would like to introduce to you Mike. So without further ado, Mike, where are you? Here, please come to the stage.
Especially for your great work for Ruigoord and your dedication to the cultural arts in Holland. Yes, good old Dogtroep, your help for Ruigoord, and now the wonderful Embassy of the Free Mind. All is one. Also, a big thank you to the organization of this symposium. I hosted the 7th edition of the AEM, and here we are at the 10th. Aya, Patrick, Mai, Mira, Jefta. Thank you for keeping up the good work. And hello, Ruigoord, dear people. What an honor to be here. It is a true miracle you all survived the past, to this day and moment. It is time to celebrate, indeed. One will start very soon. The sun has entered Rio, and the magic of Venus is right behind him in the sky. We love to play. It's time for it. Also, a big thanks to Glenn Albrecht for your wonderful words that you brought to life. Some are instantly soothing, so nostalgia, it resonates deeply, because it happens to me several times in this city. The disappearance of my familiar environment. But let's not dwell in the past. I'm here to show you something about the future. How to grow a new sacred space. A new sanctuary where we can uplift all good frequencies of life back to a natural and healing resonance. The picture behind me was the first step I took. Astrostance 2020. It was a tribute in symbols to the 12 signs of the zodiac, a tribute to the moon, to the sun, to the male, the female, the yin, the yang, the day, the night. I used the Fibonacci sequence to align the installation, and it created an amazing perspective. Imagine a spinning Earth, traveling through space with a great philosophy. You just throw 8 darts, the line up of infinite is there. You can see the speed. It was amazing for me. Wow. Astrostance 2020 also contained a message, which I quoted from the mystic and inventor Nikola Tesla. I will repeat it here. What we now want is better understanding between communities and individuals all over the earth. Peace can only come as a natural consequence of individual enlightenment. The opening of Astrostance I timed, as you do as a student astrologer. The 4th of December 2020 was a new moon and the eclipse day. It was in the midst of Corona, the Corona Anthropocene. My planned opening ritual collided with the moment the government announced, night watch, evening clock, everybody stays inside. I was literally starstruck. It was my opening moment. In astrology, there are no coincidences. A week later, Saturn and Jupiter, they kissed each other in alignment with the astro stance. It was right in the sky above. Conjunct together, they entered simultaneously the realm of Aquarius, at 0 degrees Aquarius. It was the darkest night of Yule, the 21st of December, midwinter night. I watched the wheel of time. Another great step in the age of Aquarius. Tesla's message of universal love collided with fear that night. The fear continued. The project I was recently working on is called Astroloop. I will show a short clip after this talk about the making of. Astroloop is a circular space where new generations can gather, celebrate, meet and greet, and learn from ancient wisdoms. Rituals of ancient times took place in Woodhenges, Stonehenges, and calendars of nature, which are looping and celebrating the ever-returning natural cycles of the sun and life. At the Feast of Rita, Midsummer Night, 2023, I opened Astroloop, or Steelhenge, at one of the biggest dance festivals in Holland. Over 90,000 people, young people, came there to celebrate. It was amazing to see many of them being inspired by my work. Astroloop is the second stepping stone towards sacred space and is now a migrating artwork. It will be traveling to festivals, looking for new grounds and grow at the same time. Healing frequencies of sound and light will be the next step. Astro Totem will start after that, growing the stands into sculptural Gesamtkunstwerk for international collaboration. At one point in time, it will settle and become sacred space, where trees will be planted and it will merge with Mother Earth, connecting to the World Good Web. Astroloop is a true symbiosis of ancient knowledge. It is using art and technology to bring its wisdom interactively back to the surface. Words, symbols, pagan traditions, Greek and Roman gods, Arabic and Sumerian astrology, Venetian stars, royal stars, fixed stars. So many stories to share. In the installation you can also find medical astrology, body parts, Vedic teachings of health and rejuvenation, plants, herbs, oceans. And last but not least, there are reflections revealed of the psyche of 12 human archetypes in all its diversity. How do we relate to each other? Opposite? In supportive trine or square, or next to each other in one global tribe. We are here in this three-dimensional realm called planet Earth. Some hard lessons to learn. But if we all start raising our frequency individually, we collectively will rise fiercely above the Anthropocene and start a new symbiotic art scene. Real free space starts with free inner space.
Thank you very much, Mike, for this presentation, and Hambakker as well. Maybe you come to the front. People might have some questions for you. Are there some questions? Because I do the introduction. Questions is on you. Yeah.
When is your coming presentation? It would be nice to be part of your coming presentation.
When is your next presentation?
I'm researching the next one for spring next year, which will be the investigation in frequencies. Next year, I want to make the loop with 24 speakers. Investigate the healing frequencies of sound. So, 432 and 512 hertz are related to certain colors. 512 is related to nature. It's called nature. So basically, I want to find out what happens if a circular sound going around people. Circular goes of green. It's just a research project. How do you get from green to red? How can you use the healing vibrations which are good for humans? There's a lot of technology in there, also in the medical industry. So it's just going to be an experimental playground. And the knowledge will be added to making sculptures in a later phase.
Let's hope there is not going to be any corona anymore.
Yeah, we'll see.
It's not a symposium. So thank you very much for now, Han and Mike, for your presentations. And please let us help Mike to find a new place to relight the Ruigoord, to find new locations for new free cultural space. It's almost impossible at the moment in Amsterdam and even around.
I'm working for a year on it already, but it's difficult to do reground. Policy is just talk. But the good thing is this installation is migrating. I have more invitations, so it will travel for at least 2-3 years. And but hopefully Amsterdam makes its mind up and grants us all a proper location where we can grow and flourish.
I will help you with that, if I can. That's all helping.
Wonderful parking space.
I see Ruigoord over. Yeah, I see it in front of me already. Okay, thank you, Han and Mike, for the presentation. So, the evening program will start at around 1 hour, and we will start with Glenn Albrecht, who's the Green Beret. You can recognize him there in the middle of the audience. After that, we have this questioning the concept of the symbiosis together with Jan Bendel, Henk Oostring, Timothy Morton and Ellen Kelsey, moderated by Nina van Klooster. And during the break, which isn't a break because there is a meet and greet in front of the Kabouterhuis with Christiania, a meet and greet with Wolf Trepten, who's from a free space community out of Mongolia. And you have the chance to join a workshop from by Jamie Nee. Can you come to the front? You are next to me already. Wow. Can you tell me a little bit about your workshop?
Yeah, so it's going to be a really fun workshop about mushrooms. And to have, because I'd like to have mushrooms as a pet and actual symbiosis. So yeah, I've got a few spots in the workshop. I think like 6 or 7 people max. I'm going to prepare wood molds and inoculate them with mycelium, and then over time they will grow, of course. Maybe we can keep the logs at Ruigoord, or maybe the participants can take the logs with them. So yeah, please join. It's 5 minutes here on the field on the table.
You made like a beautiful ecological art installation with the name
the Observatory of the Microverse. It's just around the corner here of the field.
Part of the organization for wandering. Also at 7 o'clock there will be the second art expedition along all this, like a few works of art, ecological art expedition of Obaza from wandering the art park, curated by Victor Ruigoord. You can have food in the you can have some fries on that side of the church, you can have pancakes on that side of the church, and you can have soup on that side of the church. But before we go outside, I ask my friend, culturele stellingnemer van Morton, to say something about the special day, the day out of time.
Oh shit. Oh, oké. Stichting Taalverdediging, ik ga het in het Nederlands. Ruigoord 50 vrij. Zonder jou, zonder mij. 5-0 een monster scoren. De fitter in die babeltoren. 50 engelen die snoeihard door de 50 glas in loodjaartjes denderen met 50 veertjes per vleugel iets. Hoor de kranen, hoor de koren. 50 dingetjes, 50 spulletjes en 5 met 10 nulletjes en 5 flauwe pulletjes. 50 verschillende ogen langs 50 kussen van vervoer. Rond de banden van Pirelli, je hebt dan Bel en Spinelli en Maarten de kleine schoenen aan. Weg 50 tellen naar de maan. 49 kleine pulletjes. Ergens net in de fit. Kijk, een klein lelijk eentje erbij. Zijn het dagen, zijn het weken, pas een God met oversteken. God geloof in de Heer, 50 bladeren waaien nu via de Rocky Mountains naar de slaapkamers van verkeer. 50 stappen zetten, 50 keer Nirvana, was je maar uit die losgeslagen. 50 continenten van Gondwana, heiligdom van de hyena-mens. Was het toen, was het nu, past tense? Ik wens er nog 50 meer. Vliegend in de ijsraket met het broodje garnalen, ronket de diepe geschiedenis van de aarde. In één klap weggevaard door 50 asteroïden. Anabole klappen vallen door de kleine baarmoeder die warmen. 50 zalen, 50 kalen, waarin het graan en stro banen, 50 maaivelden halen en zonder 50 Oekraïnse koepels zonder dak kunnen er met gemak 50 in een jute zak, 50 dikke buiken en een zarenkroon, waarover handen van moeder aarde wrijven, 50 korte streepjes in het midden van de weg, 50 lange lijven per golfslag, is toch nieuw, 50 wat ik zeg, de wet van 5 met 0 ontblijft, de top 50 kneters van het vak. Ik lach, want die 50 hebben we al lang gehaald, ik zag 50. 50, zijn we al bij 50? Vuur aan de stenen met 50 kuiten, 50 benen van de bietmeisjes uit de Van Hoogmarktstraat. Het is een luilak en melkoorlog, maar waarom staat er in potjes en plantenkraam? De markt heeft een stof in haar, hè? 50 bazuinen schallen in de Hallerpolder, hoors, koperbruine poetsen in de hallen. Er is er één lek, kosmisch, met de vlucht naar 50 planeten redden we het net. Maar vergeet te starten, plutonium tekort, het potje schaken, de 50ste wet race, de 50ste zet. 50 ringen, rond die regen, die komt ze stelen. 50 vingers, 10 man, 10 kelen. Met 50 erbij zijn er vele. 50 zonnen in Granada, bruintje blussen met een pina colada. Kijk hem smelten, zonder tutti chocolata. 50 rode, 50 gele, geen kastanje, wel habelen. 50 vliegen, voor 1 dag. 50 handjes met een gaatje op een vlag. Samen naar de toekomst stemmen. Lekker pijn, wat een haai. 50 kilometer per uur, niet meer remmen. Boem is hoog, there we go. 50 meer, doet het zeer. Zoek voorbij, 50 ik, 50 jij. Alle 50 op een rij, hartelijk feestje.
Translated, but just let it resonate during consuming your food. See you in 45 minutes. Thank you.
Bij de stemmen. Ja, het lijkt me wel eigenlijk, ja. Ja, als het goed is moet het hier wel weer redelijk in orde zijn, stabiel.
Ja, ja. Nou, dat is aardig gelukt.
Nou, die wordt niet.
Dit vlak wel kutslang dan.
Erg goedkoop bezig hoor.
Ja, mijn standaard zou ik meenemen, maar voor dit meegenomen had ik dan toch wel nog eentje aan de kelder moeten halen. Ja, ik heb ook zoiets. Ik heb zoveel mooie apparatuur erbij hangen. Kijk, het staat gewoon scheef, hè? Dat vind ik erg. Oké,
Het staat nu op mijn doosje, maar het is goed geschrift.
kijk, het maakt echt verschil. Maar kijk, hij blijft het is niet dit is. Ik gooi nog een beetje tape. Nee, ik gooi nog een beetje plakband over in deze kast. Gewoon gefixeerd.
Maar dat is eigenlijk ook nee, dat is sowieso. En jij zegt aan de alright. Ja, dat
Nou, dit is in ieder geval recht. Ja, keurig. Dan kan ik draaien. Nee, wel een trouwtje.
Maar dan zie je dat dat bijna niet bij is. Ja, maar dat is genoeg. Ja, dat is genoeg. Het gaat meer om energie. Die zwart is. Ja, ik hoop in 6 uur, maar gisteren heel flauw. Dat is oké. Bij onze deelnemers, ja. Daar is het zo. Daar kan je het normaal. Ja, toch niet. Ja, en als je echt trekken, ja, dan dat je halen. Weet je, het is gewoon een best
Als het goed is, heb je dan meteen weer mooi terug en dan heb je ook die boogjes met die dekselmotor en die insecten. Dat mag nog iets zien, zoiets zien. Dat vond ik dan mooi, dat het insecten. Ja, precies. Oké, dan kun je gewoon draaien. Toch? Heel cool, ja. Oké. Ja, dat is het. Mogen jullie de telefoon in controle houden?
Ja, je kunt hem gewoon niet houden.
Ja, dat is nou, ik heb het gezien. Ja,
Dat was toch ja.
Zit die toch? Was je nou zo?
Ja. Ja, heel goed. Oké. En nu is hij is net getrouwd. En hij is een man. Oh ja? Ja. Zijn moeder maar. Hij heeft een boek of zo. Ja. Dus hij was ontzettend druk. Ik heb hem niet kunnen wat hij is.
Dat is ook niet echt nodig, ja.
Bij hem is het niet druk gegaan. Ik had hem samen met Kelsey. Dat heb ik niet zo. Om bij alles naar iedereen te komen alles in het einde van de discussie met de sociaal, maar dat zie je zo'n twee ja. Hij kan ook een beetje dat we inspireren, dus ook voor vanavond. Juist. We hebben op Facebook een
Oh, X, ja.
Wil ik al in 2014 geboren.
ja, ook een hele interessante naam. Nu was het wat speelsel. Ja.
Dat was ook wel
Je hebt een eigen geld. En hij heeft ook een pot. Maar hij gaat wel. En dan gaat wat er te lezen is. Niet te vertellen, maar dat komt iemand van ik kan alleen maar wat op het bordje staat. Zo blijft het. Dat gaat heel lang nadenken. Mensen doen, oh nee, dat is steeds over. Dan blijft het dan zo lang. Blijft het gewoon. Henkie, waar heb je die, heb je ook waar heb je die link? Want ik kan het ook rondpompen. En staat hij daarop?
Ja, als je daar naartoe gaat, de visie mag je hebben.
Hij is, ja.
Als je daar net verzoeken in de kanalen, dan zoek je in de channel.
Wacht eerst even.
Hier heb ik Joker.
Napoleon. Emotieloze Napoleon.
Ik blijf nu al.
Maar die vrouw zegt, ben je niet?
Hoeveel krijg je dan in de gang? Dat wordt ook weer 8 jaar.
In het magasin.
Hij is uit Groningen gekomen.
Bijna cirkel. Hij zegt, hij vindt dit leuk. Dat is allemaal ook nog.
Nou, dat is
Dat is
als je de kamer dan weer uitpakt, dan krijg je een paar €, zodat hij houdt nu een keertje aan de fiets gewoon aan de sloten kraken. Maar het is heel druk. Dat is het gekkenhuis.
Om een beetje
Nee, het is meer zodat mensen met elkaar kunnen chatten.
eigenlijk toch met de radio natuurlijk.
weer zoiets leuk om mensen bij elkaar te brengen, weet je. Gewoon, ja, random.
Maar zit hier...
Ja, de helft van de toestanden. Ja, ik ben niet meer van het hier. Nu zitten er nog steeds een paar duizend mensen per dag die even langskomen. Ja, je kan gewoon chatten. Hier kun je ook chatten vandaag.
Ja, en hij is bekend geworden op het ding. Op de deadline hadden we ook, hij ging altijd om toe. Had hij de vorige vriend, maar ging als de centrale geopend was, weet je, die tunnel, dan ging hij daarin. En hij ging op de centrale.
Werkte met water.
Ja, nou, dat is het waar. Ja, hij gek heen hier op het bureau. Ja, nee, maar dat is al jaren. Ja,
dat is wel leuk, joh.
die is maar mee.
Alleen is de kop van de zwaard. Ja, in het veld ook.
Nou, digitale community. Nou, dat is zeker op gepikt. Ja, het is ook niet mainstream, want het is geboren uit het idee. Dat is niet een uurtje.
Even zo, kijk.
Maar dan zag ik een filmpje over Amsterdam. Amsterdam. Ja, weet je, even en hippie, dat weet je. Ik ben echt Amsterdam, maar een beetje visie, shitting. Ja. Dat zie je soms. Ik heb het niet
Daarom ga ik op instemmen. Ja. Freestyle.
utility channel.
Dat is de makkelijkste, safeste en scherpste manier. En de vraag nog? Ja, absoluut. Dat is echt wel als je vraagt horen en dan en we gewoon dan vragen ze vragen. Nou, ze uit, deze niet, en zo maar. En dan is dat is de meeste samenleving. Dan heb je dus en dat betekent dus ook dat als moeten wij dan kijken of maar je kan ook een filmpje vragen. Maar ja, ik zeg dat je
Nou, we zijn dus straks met z'n tweeën, dus dan denk ik dat we links en rechts van de linker gaan zitten met de rug naar het...
Laten we even heen lopen.
Ja.
Doe eventjes een...
je morgen. Ja, oké, man.
Olivier. Kleedje als een rockster.
Ja, dat denk ik ook.
Ja, precies. Ja. Daar maar toeristen. Ze zijn maar toeristen op aangekomen.
I think I am. I'm failing fast in the evening because it's way past my bedtime. I think it's way past my bedtime. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, because I was unwell when I first arrived, I had surgery, so I didn't get my sleep to catch up. So I'm still exhausted.
There's a lot of stuff that
I don't get too worried about that. love it. So,
Ja, maar we mensen hier niet uit de symposium mogen trekken. Wat zeg je dan, Art?
I'm easily fed.
Nee, want je moet er weg, toch?
Yeah, I'm going to inject
Zeg je het verkeerd, dan hebben we er helemaal niks aan.
how does it fit? You know, because it was there with NASA, I worked on it and I think it fits the mental part of the system.
Wonderful. And I'm not in the business of fighting people and how different views from me. I described it as symbiosis, working with animals, the opposite of I've only got 20 years left to engagement. It's going to be collaborative. So
We're not wasting time.
No, I just don't engage. But I'm not going to fight them. People can see the centre within the two circuits interacting. It seems to move in space. So, and I met and he adopted yeah, well, I mean, I've done a book chapter.
They're not finding
Yeah, well, he's environmental. But I've written articles for clinical studies on many other places. Being gas just sort of criticized. So he's in here.
I recommend.
Yeah, I thought that it's the
Short talk.
yeah, there's a bit more to it than that, but it's probably, I can have a look at it if you like with you.
Yeah, but I think I put them ready, so it's for me just a matter of showing what you've got. Even door.
Soufflietje aan het frituren. Dat ziet er wel goed uit. Het smaakt uit.
Nou, is het eten klaar?
Of het eten daar al klaar is? Volgens mij niet. Ja, dat is nog van. Jammer. Ja, echt. Ja, ik ook. Ja, waarom?
Ja. Ja, ik ben het goed. Ja,
The mic is on, which means we start with the evening program tonight, yesterday. So probably you have been around yesterday, today, tomorrow, maybe also in Paradiso, and feeding yourself with all this information, all these thoughts, all this art, all this way of thinking so far. Tonight we're going to add some more. My name is Indiana van het Klooster. I will be moderating tonight, and live we have Henk Amsterdam and of course Ben Albrecht, and online we have also some speakers for you. I will introduce them later, and I hope the connection will work and that it will be possible to have a conversation with them and also between you and them. We'll see how that will go. And before I start the recap of yesterday and also the introduction of Ben, I have two kind of practical announcements. One is that at 7 o'clock in front of the church, the ecological art tour will start, Oase naar Verwondering, curated by Inge Ruigoord, which is at 7. And then at 8 o'clock there is... I'll give you the mic, you know more than I do. I just heard that the Oase of Verwondering art tour is not happening. Okay, so what we know now is that it will not be at 7, but we don't know if it will be at a later time today or not at all. But there will be other opportunities to do that. At 8 o'clock, the documentary by Ben Knight, We're All Going to Die, will start in the salon. Ben Knight himself is there for a Q&A with the artist. So if you can't stand the overload of information, concepts and ideas that will be happening there, there's always the opportunity to go that way. Let me introduce what we have yesterday. First of all, behind me is a painting by Nicolas Poussin, 17th century artist, and it shows this bucolic landscape, this beautiful place on Earth, and at the same time you can see on the right, there is the skull. In the 7th century this was a warning actually to be religious and to never forget that God is there and you have to live a good life because in the end you will die and you will have to account for your life. But actually today, even without religion, it still works. So that's why I selected this picture to start with. The name of the symposium, Towards the Symbiocene, has a question mark in it. Yesterday, Ken Albrecht introduced his theory of the Symbiocene. And Eric, Liza, and Adrian, I think Adrian, I did see him earlier today, maybe he's also in the audience. There is Adrian. Took care of the question mark in the title, offering counter theories pointing towards a dystopian future, or at best, an undecided one. We looked into concepts, theories, and vocabulary. We took the time to listen, to consider, and to think. We talked about the possibility of equality within these concepts. Not equality as the notion that we are all the same, but as an equal distribution of wealth, opportunities, healthy living environments, political representation, and quality of life. We asked ourselves if the Symbiocene could be reached without violence. Glenn said yes. Adrian said there's already so much violence, it would only be a redistribution of it. Eric tried to bring in communism as a political way out of the cumulative crises that haunt us, which was almost unanimously rejected by the anarchistic majority in the audience. And someone in the audience brought religion into the discussion. which was received with mixed degrees of appreciation. Eric saying that religion is just another ontology or false fantasy preventing us from action, while Adrian believes in the power of religion, spirituality and paganism to rebond with nature. We agreed that free cultural spaces like Ruigoord can be very powerful communities to build trust and bonds, to experiment and to take action into our hands, but that freedom as a philosophical concept really is hard to gain God and live out on a personal level. Am I correct so far, Amy? I don't. Glenn, do you agree? Okay. Today, we will face what's ahead. We will look into the ethics of both extinction and degrowth. We will consider the concepts of loss and of taking responsibility. We'll go into practical attitudes and positive examples. And then maybe we can have some other slides. Can I look at the best one? Yes. So this is what happened yesterday when we had Glenn and Eric and Lisa and Adrian, where Glenn proposed the Symbiocene, which afterward we decided could maybe be seen as the cure, the reward, if we do everything perfectly. Whereas Eric and Lisa presented some diagnosis of the time where we are now, whereas Adrian maybe was thinking about how we could treat it. There was some, like I said, Eric and Lisa were very convinced that we were looking towards a dystopian future. And maybe Lisa said that, well, it will be dystopian, but maybe it will be haunted by a Symbiocene. It was the closest that we could get to the Symbiocene. First, Adrian was quite neutral, but maybe the future is neither good nor bad, but that we need to adapt and bond with nature to get there. Next slide, please. So this is what we're going to do today. Glenn, then Timothy, then Henk Oosterling, then Jem Bendel, then Ellen Kelsey, and then a discussion with all the speakers, and we'll try to make that happen online. Starting with Glenn Albert, yesterday's keynote speaker and today's guide as well. Glenn Albert was Professor of Sustainability at Morton University in Western Australia until his retirement in 2014. He is an honorary fellow at the School of Geosciences of the University of Sydney. Before that, he was connected to universities in Newcastle and South Wales. He has become known for coining the neologisms nostalgia and Symbiocene. Maybe the next slide can also explain a bit more about that. Oh, it's Timothy Morton. Okay, sorry, we'll do it later then. He believes we need to radically change the way we live in order to find a symbiotic relationship between humans and nature. He offers an optimistic view of the future of mankind, albeit not a given. Yesterday, he gave us the theory. Today, he will give us practical examples to live by in the Symbiocene. Glenn Albert, a warm applause to you. Can we do a technical check if the people online can now see and hear us? Do we know?
Are you happy with the sound? Is it working?
Can we get a confirmation from Timothy or Elin or Jen that they can hear us?
Yes.
You know? Yeah? You know that the connection has been established now, so they can hear what Glenn has to say.
Yes, that would be, should be happening.
Okay, we trust in that. Then Glenn, the floor is yours.
Right, so we're going to make a start. I'm not going to touch anything else. Look, before I start, I'd like to express again my appreciation for this place and its elders. In Australia, we acknowledge the traditional custodians of places by giving a recognition to those who occupy and walk the lands on which you are privileged to live on. I feel that this place also deserves such recognition
because as a baby boomer, as a young backpacking hippie in the 1970s, I feel that I'm part of the counterculture, that it lives on in me, and that when I come to a place like this, it reconnects me to that period in time when the consideration that business as usual couldn't continue, and that we had the opportunity to change the world. We know what happened to that. We end up watching cats on YouTube. So then this change, this change from the counterculture to where we are now is my lifetime. So I have a lived experience of the earth and its people going through various stages of crisis. And I take my hat off to those people who are capable of critiquing that process, because it's emotionally disturbing. And it's that process that I'm trying to understand in my work and my writing. And it's also against a refusal to accept that the spirit of this place is going to die, and it's a refusal to accept that my duty to my 8-year-old granddaughter is not going to be properly fulfilled as an adult. I feel that I have a duty to the generations that are coming up, that I'm not going to give up on this project of life, and I'm not going to give up on the fact that humans should be Homo sapiens, the idea that we're supposedly wise apes. I think we've just been really dumb up until now. And it's time for us to be properly human. We have always been more than human. We've discovered only in the last 20 or 30 years that our gut microbiome is alive with trillions of organisms that help us with blood pressure, moods, digestion, and a million other things that we probably need to learn something more about. Most of us don't know that the micro world lives on us and in us. This is a revolution. And so my lot in life has been to try and understand this symbiotic revolution, which has been really a difficult task for humans to comprehend. And one of the main reasons is that it's engaged the invisible. The symbiotic revolution, we've always known that lichens were companions of different species, and that the sum total of the two is greater than the whole. They can't live by themselves, they have to live together. And that as a result, this revolution, bringing the invisible to the visible, making people understand that the world is not built from the top down. It's not Gaia directing the traffic. It's tiny things that we cannot see that we're now beginning to come to terms with. And we're probably never really going to understand how that relationship takes place. And so as a philosopher, I've been trying to think about this issue of how do we understand life. And of course, I'm in a line of thousands of others that are engaging in the same project. So what I'm trying to do is look at the master symbols, or the means that drive our current way of living. And so the major meme that I wanted to tackle was the Anthropocene. I accept that it's a geological era that is not yet accepted by the world's stratigraphy department or committee. But even if it doesn't get accepted as a geological era, it's now a dominant meme, a dominant paradigm through which we begin to understand what we are doing, not only to the earth but ourselves. When I first realised that the Anthropocene was the dominant meme of our culture, it made me ill. I felt like I needed to get it out of my system straight away. I actually wrote that I think we should call it the Obscene, not the Anthropocene, in 2011. I wrote then we should be living in the Symbiocene, where we reconnect to life and living processes. So it's a long story, but I want to take the question mark out of the title of this symposium. there is no question mark. There's only one way that we're going to get this thing, and that's the mega meaning of the Symbiocene. It's so big that it covers everything, every single aspect of our condition. And so I'm going to try briefly to give you an impression of where it might be starting. Some of these examples that I give you are probably going to be iffy. They at least represent a challenge to old ways of thinking and the beginnings of new ones. Right, so I hope that most of the principles that underpin the Symbiocene are easily understandable. Most of them have been accepted over long periods of time, if not decades. However, the last three are kind of new. Where in the principles of sustainability do you find any reference to symbiosis? Nowhere. So it's no wonder that sustainability as a paradigm failed. It didn't even get to the basics of how life is possible and how it can be incorporated into the human world as sustainability principles. So I failed as a professor. One of the reasons why I retired, sustainability is a failed paradigm. I was a failed professor of sustainability. It needed to be replaced. So that gave me the freedom to think, well, if I retire, I don't have to answer to anyone in the university any longer. I can be a free thinker. So this is a free conceptual space as well. I love the idea that people feel that they are no longer constrained by the past and by previous conceptual frameworks. So to bring symbiosis into the present, we have to start conserving the symbiotic bonds that hold life together. You know, we don't talk about forests or the reefs in symbiotic terms, except if you're an expert on reef biology, unless you actually have some kind of biological interest. But I want people to see this as fundamental to the way life is interconnected. The repairing damaged symbiotic systems, dysbiosis, is the result, or sickness is the result of breaking symbiotic bonds. So the job of repairing past damage is critical. Creating new bonds, that's the role of art, of creativity, of a whole lot of creative processes. As humans, we're not confined or constrained by what biology has produced in the past. We can, as Homo sapiens, genuine thinkers, creators, start thinking about, well, how do we innovate? How can we be part of evolution by symbiosis? How can we make new partnerships with existing forms of life? And this begins to be the foundation of the Symbiocene revolution. So that's the definition, if you like. We've got to eliminate the Anthropocene. It's parasitic. It's cancerous in the nasty sense. It's out of control. It has no ethical foundation. And so, as a result, I'm encouraging people to get rid of the question mark for the symposium. There is no question mark any longer. We either go in this direction or we die. It's a terrible binary that we're in. And I spend a lot of time trying to explain to people that I do hate binaries in an academic sense. But when you're locked into one that's life and death, that's a pretty powerful binary. You have to choose which way you wish to go. And I've made my choice, and that's why the invention of the Symbiocene is my counter to the Anthropocene. It's the only hope that I think we have. So I'm going to put all my effort into it. I don't care about the criticisms of it. I don't engage in fine-tuning philosophical debate about its scientific or other foundations. I think it is scientifically sound that the world is constituted in large part by symbiosis, symbiogenesis as a form of evolution, and those processes are just as important as Darwinian and other forms of prior explanation. And this idea, it's not all humanity that's destroying the foundations of life. It's a few baskets that are very rich, that are very powerful, and you can call them whatever you like. We consume, yes we do, but the parameters within which we consume are powerfully constructed and shaped and manipulated by those that are forcing us into particular boxes. So I'm trying my best to break down that idea that it's all humanity, that somehow as a species we're failed. We're better than the people that are leading. We're smarter than them too, so we're going to have to get rid of them. They're parasites. So I'll treat them gently because I think our immune systems evolved with parasites in our lives. If we didn't have parasites, we end up having gut problems because our immune system gets bored and we've got nothing to do. So parasites keep us on edge. They're absolutely needed. But right now what they're doing is they're telling us, don't go in their direction. Fight the bastards and win. So, we build a world of artifacts which are killing us. We need to replace every single toxic, poisonous artifact with a symbiote. Those things that can live with other life forms that are either benign or beneficial. We have to re-engage with this process of symbiosis. Now, not all artifacts are poisonous. Some of them are completely benign and neutral, so I'll live with them. But the ones that aren't, we're living with every day, and we're beginning to think, well, maybe it wasn't a good idea to have lead in petrol. Plastics were fantastic, but now we know that our guts, our lungs are full of microplastics. Bad idea. They've got to go. And the forces to keep oil, petroleum, plastics in the system are enormous. But we must have a collective effort, a moral and ethical effort as well as a practical one to get rid of them. And that's just a couple of examples. I mean, asbestos and other things. I'm also guilty of a pro-growth mentality, but it's not GNP, gross national product. It's gross regional product. We start growing things at this level. The French call it terroir. This space creates unique things which supports people. We interact with other people who are doing the same. We are terroirists as opposed to being earth terrorists. I think it's why the French seem to like the Symbiocene as well. It's an idea that resonates with their emotions. So I've said cancerous growth will be replaced. So as GNP comes down, gross regional product will start going up, symbiote regional product. So there's got to be growth that's good. I mean, children grow. Growth itself is not anything. It is the area within which growth is taking place. Okay. Now these are the controversial bits. I'm a philosopher, not a technologist or an architect. So I take my cues from people that are trying this different way of thinking, using materials that are either benign or have been produced in ways that are life-affirming rather than extractive and life-destroying. So bricks from fungi, I gave you this example in the main course. So architects and designers are now using mycelium as the foundation for new building materials. You could criticise them for still being extractive. They're imprisoning fungi. But I think this is a process that's in evolution. It's in its very early stages. Maybe we can start to use mycelium and not kill it. Maybe we can have self-repairing buildings. Maybe there are a whole series of ways that we could do this. But at the moment, we're putting subsidies on the oil industry and not funding research into the breakthroughs that we would need to have self-repairing buildings, to have buildings that encourage more growth on them rather than being sterile, to have life invited into design and architecture. I've been working with an architectural firm in London, PLB Architects, on these building blocks. And occasionally the experiment goes wrong, because they thought they'd killed the mycelium without tops and kids are amazed that when they go and look at these displays that occasionally a little oyster mushroom will start popping out the side of them. And they thought that was failure, and I told them, this is success. This is where you have a life-affirming building material, and that having mushrooms pop out of it is like a Hundertwasser moment. He loved tree tenants. Well, I love oyster mushroom tenants. I'd encourage them. You probably eat them. Just pick one and they go back again. So these look like real techno fixes, but it's using algae to produce electricity. So my view on the current form of alternative energy is that we desperately need it. We've got to get rid of the fossil fuel carbon-based energy as quickly as possible. I agree with the doomsayers. We're in a bloody emergency and we've got to move quickly. These guys can power a tiny phone or something like that. But we need at the same time as replacing oil and gas to have alternative energy of the type that we're familiar with, the big turbines, the solar farms. So I want them to be got rid of as they're building them. I want the research to go into new forms of energy production which are connected to the way life works. We can still use the sun because that's free and nobody owns it yet. But the issue, Ralph made it, not me. The issue is that we need to urgently research how it is that we can use algae, bacteria. We can have them in our houses. I mentioned yesterday that the ideal for me would be to, there was this issue of waste and what do you do with it? Well, there's no waste in nature, and I'm not frightened of using the word, it doesn't scare me. The idea that you could piddle on your algae to produce your next wave of electricity really appeals to us. It's like reanimating our relationship with nature. We currently flick a light switch and there's no relationship with energy. If we go and pour piss on our bacteria or our algae, and then suddenly it's like feeding your cat or your dog every day. You keep them alive by engaging with them. That's a form of animation or a form of reanimizing our relationship to life. The Dutch, they made biodegradable cars. I don't know what the history of that car is. If it still exists, I think it's a really enjoyable meal. Cars are obviously not the future, but the idea that we replace the materials that we build things with is an extension of the idea of the mycelium. So we're using cellulose. Cellulose can be mass-produced without taking down forests. Mozzarella, I mentioned this in conversation. We can now make mozzarella from biocell culture, not using milk, not using milk protein, not using others, not using cows, not having dairy. And we can engineer it, that word, so that it looks like mozzarella. It tastes like mozzarella. And you know how mozzarella has that ability that it's warm just to dribble off the edge of your nice piece of toast? We can build that into it as well. And I defy you to tell the difference between fake mozzarella and real mozzarella. And yeah, I mean, this is all old stuff now. You're having coffee and then it needs to be cut. Because it's part of a cycle of life. It's made from materials that are the opposite of plastic. They are completely absorbed into the system of life, either as compost or as your own food. So this is a complex concluding slide, but what it's saying is that every single major principle of the Anthropocene has a Symbiocene equivalent. What I haven't built into that as well is that every single Anthropocene emotion that humans have, I believe, are turning negative, so the age of solid sourdough is upon us. The grief, the mourning, the words that are being used now are all emanating from the expansion of the Anthropocene into the obscene. The emotions of the Symbiocene are its opposites. the soliphilia, the topophilia, all of these philia is connected to our past relationships with the earth that we probably didn't name because we didn't have to. They were present, they were freely available, we didn't have to pay for them. There wasn't a queue waiting for a good earth experience. It was open and freely available to all of us. So I want that freedom back. It's a free earth space where our emotional engagement with the earth is satisfied. E.O. Wilson once wrote that we go to the ocean to walk along the shore for reasons that we can't put into words. Well, as we're losing the benefit of that walk along the beach, we actually have to create the words to describe the feelings that we might lose. And so this exercise of naming is about putting back into the language, putting back explicitly an emotional engagement with the earth, both positive and negative, that's crucial for our future. And so perverse resilience rules the planet at the moment. Things that are resilient are like bad smells. They should go away, but they're lingering. I want clean air. So resilience is being used to justify things that should go. We know the story of sustainability. Regenerative. There are businesses in Australia that claim they're regenerating old growth forests. So they want the term regenerative to describe what they're doing. The heterogeneous versus homogeneous. Well, I think we're building a homogeneous world. We're wiping out cultural and biological diversity at a rapid rate. So the great extinction is taking place not only with the biological world, but with languages. We're losing the diversity of the human experience of this diverse planet. And I want that heterogeneity back again. Symbiosis versus dysbiosis. I hope that one's in the realm of the bleeding obvious. I shouldn't have to explain health versus sickness. I know which one I would choose any day, so it's not an argument. The replacement economy. I said earlier that we need to replace every single polluting, toxic, poisonous, cancerous artifact with its opposite. And that's an urgent process. I mean, I work with people that suffer from PFAS contamination near an air source base in Newcastle in New South Wales. And their emotional engagement with their own properties, their own region, the sickness and cancers and unexplained illness that's in their part of the world drives me to think we just have to replace these things urgently. Destructive, well, that's again in the realm of the obvious that I talk to people who want to be creative. I want to be the catalyst for people that don't know what to do. Next, I want to talk to young people, or at least get through to young people to give them a sense that there is something exciting and interesting about the future, which is the Symbiocene in a multitude of ways. It's, as I said, a mega concept. It needs every single avenue and fractal of human experience and imagination to join it, practical and artistic in many ways. The other thing is that I argue that it's science-based. The one that isn't science-based is based entirely on destructive and entirely negative ideologies, the Anthropocene. What I want is based on hard science. Biology used to be, or ecology used to be considered to be a soft science because you can't take it into the labs and do experiments on it. Well, we've got past that now. We can now see that the sciences of ecology, biology connected to symbiosis, they are completely accepted within the scientific realm. So we need to use not only the indigenous beliefs, which were symbolically expressing exactly what it is that we now know as symbiotic science. They're the kinds of spaces that we need to create, emergent hybrid spaces, they're called. And so I mentioned this distinction between utopia and utopia yesterday. I think it's important because, well, for a start, I'm a sensitive kind of guy, and I really hated the criticism that I was getting that the Symbiocene was utopian, it's just for you. And I thought, surely what I'm saying is not utopian. What my critics are saying is utopian. We can't actually see the Anthropocene extending itself into the future indefinitely. It's internally self-destructive. It's externally destructive. And so I wanted to try and figure out, well, how do I respond to that criticism? I thought, well, yes, the Symbiocene is it is utopian. So I have to put EU in front of it. The EU obviously is for good, and it's not an EU like Euphoria or some altered state or an experience which has been enhanced in some way. This is a U which means good, and the utopia means a good future and something that should be able to be defended with good logic, good science, good emotions, good ethics. So I don't see a distinction between science and emotion if both of them are heading in the direction of the Symbiocene. So I will finish by inviting you once again. Entry to the Symbiocene is free. It has space for everyone and every kind of thinking that humans have. It's a free intellectual space that is future directed. So it doesn't exist at the moment. But your job, I believe, is to make it exist. Thank you.
Thank you, Glenn. Thank you, Glenn, for giving us the words, inspiration, and certainly also the hope. Maybe yesterday was a battle between gloom and hope, but let's decide to get rid of the question mark. So now we are going towards the Symbiocene, and then let's see how. It's radical anticipation. There's nothing to do with hope at all. You're right about that too. So now we're going to see how this could actually could happen. What we need to do, what we need to arrange, what we need to change within our societies, our politics, our social networks, our psychology maybe even. And now we're having a very exciting moment. It looks like it might work. Is the connection already there? Hi. Uh-oh, no connection yet. Yes, connection is coming. Is Timothy there? Yeah, Timothy, are you there? Can Timothy hear us? Can we get him on screen? Yes. And there he is. Nice. Can you hear me, Timothy?
Hey. Just about.
Okay, I'll try to come closer because maybe we can skip some of the delay by talking directly into the laptop. We can't see you. Can you see us? Were you able to follow what Glenn Albrecht just said? Maybe we can skip some of the delay. Good. Okay, then we're I think ready for the next step. Let's listen to your speech. I will do a brief introduction of you, and then I'll give you the floor. For that, I do need my glasses there. Timothy Morton teaches English at Rice University in Houston, Texas. He explores the philosophical implications of hyperobjects and their impact on our understanding of ecology. Hyperobjects are entities that are massive, distributed, and exist on a vast time scale, such as climate change. Morton coined the term dark ecology in 2016, which involves accepting the inherent uncertainty and unknowability of ecological systems. He suggests that embracing the dark ecological perspective can lead to a more sustainable coexistence with the environment. He has found many ways, and very famous artists and musicians, to explore these concepts with, which makes him a remarkable, clever and inspiring person. Timothy, the floor is yours. You can start if you want, Timothy.
There's those probably born today in the sun, which we hear in there. So I think what I want to do is communicate. It's hard for me to concentrate while I'm hearing that. It's lovely to see you. How are you, Paradiso? I haven't been to Paradiso since 2017. Sonic Acts, the wonderful avant-garde musician, crazy people, invited me several times to come to talk to Paradiso. And the last time I was there, there was like 1,000 people there. I don't know how many people there are right now, but it's very nice to see all of you. It's always nice to talk to people in the Netherlands who understand things much better than politicians over here. I'm in Los Angeles right now. I just escaped from Houston, where we are living underneath a thing that the meteorology now calls a heat dome. I don't think they really know what it is. It's a hyper-object, very clearly. It's a thing that's so huge that you can't point to it all at once. You can understand it. That's the trouble. We can understand these things like global warming. We can understand these things like hurricane. I was in this thing called Hurricane Harvey. I was trying to explain to my friends in Europe that the diameter of this hurricane is the distance from London to Copenhagen, and it was sitting on top of Houston. Yeah. So now with this heat dome, and it's not changing, right? It's going to take a lot of effort to shift the heat. So it's stifling at the moment in Houston, and I think more than the stifling for me, who was lucky enough to have some air conditioning, which we turned down very, very low to protect the power grid. More than that, it's the disturbing quality that I think we are all thinking about today with this concept of symbiocy versus anthropocene. It's how incredibly upsetting it is to be living in this world right now. It's so upsetting. Especially to people who are the age of my kids, right? So my daughter Claire, who's with me in Los Angeles right now, 2 years ago, she came into my kitchen and she basically said, "Daddy, we live in hell." And she didn't mean it metaphorically. She literally meant, things are so bad that we might as well be living in hell. And I found it very upsetting at this moment, and I sort of thought, well, what do I do to help her? What do I do to help my daughter? And so maybe the first thing, for a parent is you want to join the other person, you don't want to delete their experience. And so, yeah, we're living in hell. Absolutely, I couldn't agree more. And, especially in terms of places on Earth right now that are bursting into flame, or being so much flooded that kids are dying. Like even in America now, even in privileged white America, 2 kids were swept away in Philadelphia recently, in Pennsylvania, because the massive flooding that was going on there. Very disturbing, Even white guys are having the fun of experiencing the trouble that kind of really kicked the Anthropocene into high gear, which is mainly the settler colonialism. Right? Even white guys are now suffering from that. It's one reason why we're all talking today. So yeah, we live in hell. So the thing is that our cat Oliver, therefore, he lives in hell. And we still have to take care of Oliver, because Oliver's dependent on us, right? And we need to feed him, and so how do we look after Oliver, given that we're also in hell? You know, like, as I was saying this to my daughter, I could feel there was sort of, she was coming down a little bit. Right, like the first thing to figure out about being in a terrible situation is you are in a terrible situation, right? Like the people who survive the horror movie are always the people who figure out as quickly as they possibly can, this is a horror movie that I'm in, yeah? And so what do I do to deal with it, yeah? And, you know, so that's sort of like start with the horrible stuff, you know, just start by admitting the horribleness of it and then figure out where to go from there. You know, what's the reason why to care? You know, there's lots of reasons why to care, but like it's how you think about how to care, I think is the most important, you know. And so I'm waiting for the Martin Luther King I Have a Dream speech of the environmental movement. There hasn't been one yet. Yeah, like people like me are mostly all about, you're stupid because you don't understand it as well as I do. Right, that's usually page 1, you know, which is straight out of the book of Revelations, page 1 of the newspaper. You know, like, huge weather thing that we don't understand hurts people. You know, giant dragon emerges from oceans. What am I supposed to do with this? You know, thanks for not laughing, it's not very funny. Then you turn to the middle of the page, thanks for slightly laughing, that was good. Then you turn to the middle of the newspaper and you see the editorial section, and basically the editorial section is someone like me. I don't know if you know Read the Pooh, but there's a character in Eeyore, and Eeyore is like this really hungover guy, things depressing, bad, you know, like, they're talking from that maudlin hungover space, yeah, and Eeyore is basically telling you, you're evil, you're a bad person, you don't understand this right, you're not doing enough, you blah, 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 blah. So the page 1 says you're stupid, page in the middle says you're evil, right? Stupid and evil is not a good place from which to launch any kind of ecological politics, right? We need some kind of inspiration. We need some kind of spiritual, there has to be, I think, some kind of spiritual level, religion level. You know, did Martin Luther King spend any time going, you're stupid, you don't understand, you're a bad person? He said, I have a dream, right? You know, and it's a deeply related issue because ending racism, as well as patriarchy, number 1 on my list for how we achieve the thing that in this conference is being called the symbiosis, okay? How we treat each other is how we treat polar bears and bacteria and, you know, weather systems for that matter, yeah? How we treat each other, we're not treating each other nicely, and the rest of the planet's got no chance, yeah? And the amount of actually white supremacy, historically, in environmentalist movements, especially in the USA, is huge, right? This is a big problem, you know, and so, you know, we're going to have a reason to do this, and it's going to be really inspiring, and it's going to be connected to how we treat each other. It shouldn't be difficult to figure out, but people like me usually bring this kind of hangover mind to everything, like, when I wake up in the morning, what I'm thinking about is crop failure. That's what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about all of a sudden everywhere has the fun of being Ethiopia. That's happening, right? I'm thinking about it going, oh my God, you know. Then I get out of bed and I get dressed and I go in the kitchen and I make breakfast for my kids and I don't go there. You know, I try to find some other way of talking, because if you're a bad person, crop failure, evil, bad, right, that's kind of in the key of the toxic aspect of religion, right? The other kind of part of this, which is expecting people to have some kind of huge cognitive transformation on the inside, right, like making it impossible for them to think, how can I get from here to here? Right? And also very much in the language of revenge. You know, I mean, maybe this is a part of the Anthropocene language, is this language of, you're going to be laughing on the other side of your face when you find out that you're going to get destroyed by a giant wave or some big fires and stuff like that. This is just Old Testament revenge stuff, guys. And unfortunately, Joe Truck Driver, right? Like, we've got to convince Americans, yeah? We can't just do it as Europeans. We've got to convince Americans, who can then convince Chinese people, hopefully, and Russians, right? We've got to convince Americans, and guess what? Quite a lot of Americans have an antidote for the revenge stuff, right? Like, people like me are talking in this primitive Old Testament, ooh, you're going to be laughing when you're on the other side of your face. When the asteroid hits you, when the comet from Degentrification kills you, you'll be realizing you're wrong. You know, unfortunately, Joe Truck Driver has an antidote to that, and it's that even the most stupid version of this antidote is a perfect antidote, which is that Jesus loves you anyway. Jesus loves me anyway. The planet's burning, in a way, bring it on. It might bring on the apocalypse. And in any case, I might be polluting and blah, 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 but Jesus loves me anyway. Until we figure out, people like me, that mercy, which is Jesus loves me anyway, is superior to revenge, we're never going to convince even ourselves, right, to do anything. And we need to get behind this because actually life is mercy. Think about it. Life is the universe having mercy on itself. Yeah? Chemicals are like revenge, right? Like this chemical destroys this chemical. This chemical absorbs this chemical. Symbiosis is like when the thing doesn't get destroyed, it gets incorporated into the other thing, right? Or it can coexist with the other thing. There are various different levels, right? The most extreme is the parasite-host thing, which sometimes can be good and sometimes not so good, right? As was just said beautifully, right? It's this uneasy coexisting that is like the baseline, and it's uneasy because it's like, can I be totally sure that you're my friend? I don't know, but I'm not going to kill you. I'm not going to kill you in advance. I'm not going to make a wall and like interrogate you and like get rid of you and put you in a camp. I'm going to wait, right? Like the baseline mercy is like revenge, hesitate. Like Hamlet, like, you've got to kill the murderer, because that's the right thing to do. And I don't know, is it the right thing to do? And actually what he's doing there is actually having mercy, right? That's the baseline mercy. And life is the universe having mercy on itself. Because if you think about it, life is like chemicals not destroying each other, right? Like unstable chemicals. Like, I don't know, I'm not a kind of RNA, but maybe RNA is kind of a suicidal chemical. It's, oh my God, I'm so unstable, I don't want to exist, and it tries to pull itself apart. And ironically, the medium in which it pulls itself apart, which is the water, causes it to reproduce. Right? And as Charlie Chaplin said, the close-up is the tragedy, but the wide shot is the comedy. Right? Life is kind of the comedy aspect of the universe, which is trying to constantly destroy. But life is sort of holding back a little bit, right? Life reverses entropy just a little bit, yeah? So in a way, life is the universe in a kind of slow motion action replay of itself, right? The universe having mercy on itself, and this is why to care about life, because life is a beautiful accident, right? The universe should be this perfectly functioning mechanism, but it isn't. There's this beautiful accident in the universe called life, and why? Because we live in a quantum universe, not a mechanical universe. Mechanical universe, things are physically touching each other, and basically it's a universe of revenge. In a quantum universe, things are moving all by themselves, they don't need to touch each other, to affect each other. They're kind of jiggling, including time, right? Time, at the quantum scale, is going backwards and forwards, jiggling like this, right? And it's only averaging out to going forwards. Life pulls it back just a little bit. Like this thing here is kind of like a stupid parody comedy version of the baby tin from 55 years ago. So kind of this thing here preserved itself, right? Like the chemicals in here kept themselves a little bit safer, right? By borrowing a little bit from the rest of the universe, this thing here maintained itself, yeah? And that's life, yeah? And there are three drivers of life. And they're all about accidents. They're all about beautiful, beautiful accidents. And this is why we care about life. The first one is called evolution. And it's based on natural selection. And natural selection is based on random genetic mutation. Right? All life forms are naturally selecting each other. Like, cat lovers or fanciers, that all of life is life fancying itself, accidentally, right, through random mutation. What does it mean? It means that genetic mutation does not have a goal, it does not have an arrow, yeah? It's random with respect to current need. You know, if Steve Jobs was in charge, the ears would not look like this, there would be little dots. One thing about life is that it's a completely inefficient, beautiful accident. So that's evolution. And as part of evolution, we've got sexual selection. Sexual selection is a beautiful accident. It's literally based on beauty, and this beauty is based on actually desire, and this desire is queer desire because it does not have a goal, right? Female peacock likes the male peacock, so they mate and they have kids. Peacocks, but also that means the male peacock likes the male peacock. I like peacocks. Right? Beauty is a trans category. Yeah? The reason why evolution works is that there is a trans beauty out there that's actually driving it. It just so happens that it's female subjectivity, mostly, going all the way down to these beetles, that is actually producing the offspring, and even that's quite a radical difference. Did you know that? The entire biosphere, apart from the clone bit, which is maybe the boring bit, the entire biosphere, the sexually reproducing part, is made out of queer female desire, aka desire that has no direction, which is like, oh my god, that peacock tail is really sexy, is the evolution driver. Yeah? And since I can find peacock tails sexy, this thing isn't really limited to specific genders and specific species, so it is a trans beauty is driving evolution, literally. Okay, so we've got two lovely accidents here. We've got random genetic mutation, we've got trans beauty, and then we've got symbiosis, which is also accidental, right? Like imagine you're a single cell organism and you're plopping through the ocean, you know, 3 billion years ago, whatever. And suddenly, boom! You know, if you could talk at that point, it's like, oh my god, did I just swallow poison? Right? Did I just swallow poison? The basic feel, you know, the posh word is phenomenology. The basic phenomenology of symbiosis is this uneasy, like, have I just swallowed poison? You don't know yet. You don't know yet. Right? If you're Donald Trump, you want to know. Right? You want to know, is this poison or not? So you're going to be eating McDonald's, which is the modern version of the medieval poison taster. Right? Because everybody eats McDonald's, therefore McDonald's must be pretty safe. Therefore I, a narcissistic personality disorder guy, I'm going to eat McDonald's so that whatever goes in my body won't be poisoned. Big problem. So, you know, no it wasn't. 300 million years later, some plants are having a conference like this, and they're going, but actually that ancestor didn't swallow poison. That ancestor accidentally swallowed another life form that then symbiotically welded itself to that ancestor and turned into a thing called a chloroplast, which creates, you know, the photosynthesis, which then fueled the cell, and then these plants showed up and hooray, or alternatively, it evolved into a mitochondria, and, you know, they have their own DNA because they're symbionts, right? All the stuff in your body that's all about the energy and the processing of the oxygen into energy, it has its own DNA in it because it's a symbiont in every single cell. You know, that's why you're an animal, right? So, what have we got so far? We've got accidental genetic mutation, we've got accidental beauty, and we've got accidental symbiosis based on chance encounters between life forms accidentally swallowing each other. These are beautiful reasons to care. You know, I think that we should really create a religion that is having to do with the stupid accident quality of life. Right? Like art. Like art is just a thing that happens to you. Oh my god, I never saw that before. Wow! Right? And why is that even a thing that's a thing, right, that can happen to you? Because we're life forms, and life itself is this beautiful accident. And I think that's a good enough reason to get up in the morning and not feel like Eeyore, and not feel like you want to kill yourself, and actually try to inspire other people, because surely the biggest problem on the planet, aka global warming, has to be, to solve it, the sexiest, most wonderful thing you ever thought of in your life, so that you wake up in the morning and go, oh my god, I can't wait to get started saving the planet today, because it's the most beautiful accident that that ever could possibly happen, and it shows me that the universe that we live in is a universe of mercy and not of revenge. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Timothy, for giving us this beautiful insight, basically, the three happy accidents of life that also kind of connect to you, Glenn, don't they? Instead of trying to ask you a question and to talk now, we're going to postpone that to the debate afterwards to save some time and spare ourselves the delay. So I will introduce Henk Oostling right away to you, and then we will be back to you, Timothy, later. Thank you very much so far. And Henk will kind of take a little bit back from Timothy as well, to then proceed to how we can make all these mega hyper objects, how we can get them into manageable stuff that we can deal with politically, socially, psychologically. So, Henk is a Dutch philosopher and writer. Until 2018, he was connected to the philosophy department of the Erasmus Universiteit in Rotterdam. He was a kendo champion in the 1980s, while meanwhile developing new education methods to children on alternative energy sources and ecological topics. French philosophers like Deleuze and Foucault are his expertise, but maybe it was in kendo that he learned that not the individual, but the interaction, the space and the meaningful connections between them can help us in today's major transition topics. And how only meaningful relationships can help us to start to act, to go from eco-panic to ecosity. He thinks it's vital that we break through the theoretical top-down or bottom-up power structures that have prevailed since the 19th century and that dominate all important fields today, like healthcare, education, economy, mobility. We must find a new relationship, transferring us from individuals to interdividuals, from individuality to interdivisibility. And if the solution will not come from the top, then we must create opportunities to act ourselves. Henk Oostling, the floor is yours.
connected, in my mind at least, according to what I've been researching the past 40 years. So what I try to present tonight is a summary of the research, while returning back to a term that has been used these past days. We've been talking about economics, we've been talking about zoonomics, we've been talking about ecology, but we haven't been talking about ecosity. Right? We've been talking about philosophy, yes we did, but we didn't talk about ecosity. Of course, ecosity is quite a decent category within the discourse on sustainability and on connectivity. So I tried to restore the idea of ecosity and find out what is left from what Armenaas has presented or what Felix Guattari presented in the 80s. Can we still use the idea of ecosity? It means, or does it mean that we skip philosophy and we get the things done and then we start with ecosity? For my colleagues who have an academic career, don't worry. They can go on, no problem at all. That's not the issue. The issue is that once you accept the fact that philosophy is more than an academic exercise, that philosophy is a way of life, then you have to reinterpret philosophy in the current times, with the current problems we have. And then, at least according to me, you have to take ecosity again and try to redefine, in a sense, what ecosophy takes. So what I'm going to do time for reflection. I heard people talking about reflection, and I heard people talking about action. But I already, a few years ago, put them together, and I want to talk about reflection. You can't think without acting. You can't. It's impossible. You know, the smart ones say, well, thinking is acting, so don't bother, you know. But I'm talking about something else. I'm talking about thinking and acting, reflection. Yeah. So Arne Naas gave us a definition. Felix Guattari gave us a definition, right? Interesting thing with Naas is that he also developed this idea of deep ecology. When Tim is talking about evolution, about excellence, about beauty, about trends, he is talking deep time. Deep time. When we're talking about climate, we are talking deep time. When we are talking about genetics, we are talking deep time. Does deep time give us an argument for political historical time, for subjectivity, what we are dealing with? Does it give us an argument for social psychological time, which is the time we are enjoying now, talking to each other? So it's hard to make an argument in deep time and take it to social psychological time. So that's the hard thing, so I'll come back to that later. These were the first propositions for ecosity. Right, this was the woman that inspired me, Rachel Carson, right, 1962 I think, and she described how pesticides, DDT, transmigrated from the back of my door where it was spread on the acres, and then it went via this transmigration into the colt that they caught in Alaska and brought that to Holland, and my mother prepared the colt, and I got the circle round. I ate the colt with the DDT that was spread in the back of my house. That was the first time that I realized circularity. I'm talking 1967, right? So she, for the first time, showed that it's not a pyramid, the habitat, but it's a network. So that was a basic idea. So, and then of course, one more. Yeah. So that's what Glenn is doing. We need another discourse. You can't solve the problems that are raised within a discourse with the same discourse. Then you multiply the problems, right? And of course, I made a case, the old ideas, to forget old ideas, pretty heavy. It's easy to get new ideas, but get rid of the old ideas. That's what you were talking about 2 lines, right? The old ideas, new ideas. So we're going to do an experiment. Salvador Dali painted in a certain way. He called it the paranoid critical method. So look at the circle. Do you see the boost of Voltaire? Can you see the boost of Voltaire? Right. So now just close your eyes a little bit, and then can you see the 2 nuns in the heaven? Right. So now try. Look at Voltaire, yes, and then shift. Look at the nuns. That's what we are doing. Completely. It changes completely. And what do? You re-establish the proportions with the foreground and the background. And then suddenly you see something else. Nothing changes over there. The world doesn't change. Your mind changes. Your sight changes. It's very important. Very important. So, let's try this. This is also an experiment, right? Okay. Right. Now you know the sun doesn't rise, the sun doesn't go down. We circle around the sun. Get real. Okay, so I'm going to do a triple jump. What is ecosity? Triple jump. So the first hop, concept. You offer the concept. Tim is offering a lot of concepts. Weird concepts. I'll come back to that later. Then the method and the focus. It's real science. It's just like philosophy. And then reflection. Not action, reflection. Okay, let's try. So I'm going to show you now within, I hope, 15 minutes what ecosity might be nowadays. There we go, concept. First, your mega mean, I call it a paradigmatic metaphor. right? So I want to go from the period to the network. That's what we were talking about, my question to you, right? Then the second is horrible sustainability. Let's rephrase it in terms of health. That's interesting. Then suddenly we are in a completely different planet. So we have to rephrase sustainability in terms of health. Third one, ecology. It's a bit of diffuse, bit of not really articulated. Let's articulate and differentiate the idea of ecology in a threefold manner. Physical, social, and mental. You offer an environmental ecology, right? You're an environmental philosopher. You were an environmental philosopher. And you address mental states. But the social aspect is a little bit not clear. And well, we talked before, but Murray Bookchin, the eco-anarchist who was your teacher, he wrote a book in 1972, Social Ecology. So let's try to mix that together and find out what it is. So let's go, this is how we think. Don't kid yourself. This is how we think. So how to make the pyramid porous, right? So you can see them all, you know. And if you kick over the pyramid, you have a time scale and a point on the horizon. Okay? So time, space, it's all perspective. Goes to a certain point. So this is how we think. This is how we think now in networks. We went from the pyramid to the networks. Everybody's talking in terms of networks, but that's only a formal matter, you know. If you really try to find out how you're thinking, then it is pyramidal. For instance, we always talk about top-down. What's the best thing to counter top-down? Bottom-up. Bottom-up is shit. Bottom-up is the same shit as top-down. Simple as that. It's the same exclusive linear verticality that is reproduced in bottom-up resistance. So I'm not for bottom-up resistance. Nonsense. I'll come back later to what I prefer. But don't take things easy. The pyramid is top-down and bottom-up. Your resistance is pyramidical if you don't understand that bottom-up is exactly the opposite of top-down. So, the network is circular, inclusive. Of course, the network was only possible to think the network once we went to cybernetics. After the Second World War, cybernetics, eventually the computer. Now we have a quantum computer. But it all started with feedback. I think that Gregory Bateson was one of the pioneers to go in an interdisciplinary way through this new idea of feedback. Philosophers were always already there. They didn't understand it, but reflection is feedback. I reflect on something, let's take a weird object, myself. I reflect on myself, so I think, Henk Oosterling. Who the fuck is Henk Oosterling? Objectifying. Oh, that's a guy. Oh, funny. Oh, that's cool. Okay, all right, that's Henk Oosterling. I've learned something. Feedback is the basis of learning, right? If you don't understand that, then it's no use thinking about ecology. So, this is the network, the pyramid and the network. So, this is Donna Haraway. This is all knitting with Donna Haraway, right? Donna Haraway doesn't talk about autopoiesis, varia. She talks about symbiosis, right? So there is a lot of discourse already everywhere. So this one is very interesting because she says it's not in spheres, it's not along lines, but these are all nodes. So if you take this on the level of ontology and anthropology, then this is what happened. This is the paradigm shift from Maslow's individual to a node network that is only ontologically defined by the overlap of feedback loops, as a result of which we are all nodes in networks. And we have technologically established a certain ontology that is very strange, but it's called an iPhone. Throw away your iPhone. Do it. For 1 week only. You're gone. You can't communicate, you can't participate, as long as you don't have an office manager or a secretary. Right? So, we are a node in network. We are relational per definition. We are not a position. We are a trembling, a weird, Tim says, a trembling being that conjoins all kind of, well, I'll explain later, scales. We are acting, interacting on different scales. So we are a node in networks, as a result of which I took this Hannah Arendt idea of interesse, being interested, what Eric was talking about yesterday. So, interesse means literally being in between. I don't know whether Tim agrees when I say it's bardo, or the bardo todo, but at least this in-betweenness, that's what we are. We are relational, we are always in between. When we are positioned, which is secondary, then suddenly there's a binary position, there's an opposition, it's all there. But before that binary, oppositional, dialectical position, there's a tension. And I prefer to call that tension within us, Freud called it the unconscious, but Derrida dropped an idea of supplementarity. There is something in us, around us, connected to us, which is there at the very same time as something else with which we identify. So we are always in this double position, supplementary, not dialectically opposed, but supplementary. Okay, so what we have to find out is the ego interest, that's okay. The political interest, which is called subjectivity, but when does it become eco-interest? We are looking for an eco-interest, and I think that the proposition of Glenn is moving towards this eco-interest, right? The Symbiocene is an eco-interested category. So this is what we are. We are a weird existence, an intervisual, not an individual. Individual is the psychological term of atom, right? No parts. Individual, not, you can't be cut open, or it's something in itself. I think that's an old idea. In the physics, they already left this idea of the atom 1 century ago. But in psychology, we are still individuals. Right? So, next. So that's the deconstruction in the sense of the pyramid into the networks. Read the book of Neil Ferguson, The Tower and the Square, great. It's all about networks and pyramids through history. So the next is, I want to rephrase sustainability in terms of health. This is the definition of health of the United Nations, of the World Health Organization, and it says health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being. Threefold, right? As a result, that we have an hospital where when you break your leg, you go to that hospital. When you're a bit weird in your head, you go to that hospital. And when you don't function, they send social workers to normalize. We have a sectorial categorization, this integral element of health. Right? So the solution for our health problems is think about it not in crisis, in sectorial crisis, but in an integral crisis, which has to be taken care of in a different way. So this is Marcel Huber, a Dutch researcher and medical doctor, who developed a web instead of a pyramid. A web where you have more parameters for health. This is an interesting thing. You can take care of health in a completely different way. And then there's Guattari, three ecologies. And Guattari says, Jesus, what does he say? The environmental ecology, social ecology, and mental ecology. That's what it's all about. You can't work on a physical level, which means, of course, environment, but also your body, without taking into account the social relations with other people. And you can't take into account social relations with other people and your body if there's not a reflective element that connects these together. So all these elements are threefold: physical, social, mental. So there is the first element of this ecosity. It's a threefold ecology. Well, I took Guattari took Gregory Bateson, Steps to the Ecology of Mind, 1972. Then he didn't take Murray Bookchin, he took Murray Bookchin, but Murray Bookchin wrote in the same year a book called Social Ecology. And of course we have the mental ecology that has been ideated in a sense by Naas and by Guattari, but with Guattari the mental ecology has to do with subjectivity, with agencement, assemblages, right? So these three elements are interacting all the time. This is interesting. So ecoliteracy of Fritjof Capra, that's what we use in our school, a project that SLPVU just this afternoon has explained, where we work on 13 schools for the past 15 years and introduced a complete new curriculum in order for kids to get eco-literate or media literate. So, that was the concept. What kind of method are we going to use for ecosity? For me, there's only one method for ecosity. It's not phenomenology, it's not hermeneutic, it's not dialectics, it's not conceptual analysis, it's deconstruction. Derrida's deconstruction. Because all identities that we have nowadays are actively deconstructed. And I've listened very well these past 2 days. And I read your book, and I read a lot of Tim Morton's books, and there they are. 4 markers: racism, colonialism, patriarchy, anthropocentrism. These are the 4 items that are practically deconstructed. So ecosity takes deconstruction to deconstruct those categories. Then again, this is a negative critical part. Deconstruction is not funny. It's bloody complicated, but it's negative. It doesn't give you a positive thing. So where do we get out of philosophy the positive thing? For me it is interculturalism. When you were talking about Aboriginals or about indigenous wisdom, when Tim Morton is talking about Tibetan Buddhism, when we are talking about other Ubuntu, whatever, the real affirmative element of an ecosophy is intercultural philosophy. It is already 30 years ago that I disposed the idea of multiculturalism. Complete nonsense. Complete nonsense. Because multiculturalism. Okay? Good. So, multiculturalism means a lot of identities next to each other, and when the money is gone, take care of yourself. That's multiculturalism. Interculturalism is something else. Interculturalism is what really happens, where it really happens is in between cultures. I work in the bad neighborhoods of Rotterdam South with Turkish guys, Italian guys, Moroccan guys, and one of those guys or girls take one and you have at least 5 cultures. It's not an ethnic thing. We've got 180 ethnic cultures in Rotterdam. Right? Nonsense. It's what happens in between cultures. That's what it's all about. So, the negative critical part is deconstruction, and the affirmative part is intercultural philosophy of an ecosystem. Right? So, And now I'm going very fast. So it's about scales. Everything is about scales. What can I do? What can I put in? Climate change, nuclear bomb, population bomb. What can I do? That's the idea, right? I think that's nonsense. As long as you realize that all the scales are interconnected. There we go, very good. This is the first scale, right? Geopolitically, climate and power play go together. Next one. This is the macro politics. National politics, European politics, pyramidal, right? All sectorial, not integral. Now they realize it's integral. Shit, I thought it was only farmers, or it was only, no, it's integral, right? So that's macro politics. Can we do something with it? Well, perhaps we vote the best, perhaps a left party of GroenLinks and I don't know. But anyway, so what are we going to do on this level? And the next level is, on this level, we have all those pyramids. I asked you, how are you going to make those pyramids porous? How do we get networks into the pyramids, right? So this is really a very big problem, and the top-down and bottom-up is part of the pyramid. And then this, mesopolitics, civil society. We are all working on the problem in civil society. You showed your examples of new material. These are kids that are working in design academies and later as an architect or a designer. Data is designed to take it. But anyway, it is on a political level, everything happens. And then there's the last level, which is very important. And that's the micro-political level. That's between your ears. The power play is between your ears. You identify with that or that or that. The power play is between your ears. Racism, colonialism, patriarchy, anthropocentrism, micropolitically, it's here. Think about Dali. Change your view. Something isn't there any longer. There's something else. It's as easy as that. Right? Take some meditation, 20 years, and then rest. So these are the real problems. And if you look at the real problem, you think, shit, I'm out. And I think the real problem needs the scaling. And the real problem starts every morning. You get out of your bed, you go to the table, and on the table is your breakfast plate. That's where it starts. You can't do anything. What? That was Eric's argument. One avocado, 320 liters water, right? He's writing about Palestinians that are denied the water and so on the geopolitical level. But on the micro-political level, it happens every morning. So decide. Take a side, as Ren said. Take a side, right? But proportionally, not principally, proportionally. And that's where, on what scale, can you do something that other people take serious and that works? That's the idea. So, reflection, eco-socializer, interscalar. The question is, where does the eco-politics start? But then again, resistance is colonialism, racism, patriotism, and anthropocentrism, and this is the resistance. We saw someone talking about South America, Brazil, this afternoon. Indigenous resistance. We have Black Lives Matter. We have Me Too, LGBT, AP+, and we have Extinction Rebellion. These are the active deconstructions of the old identities that are gone. I'm a white, old man, not yet dead. I'm a philosopher. Old white man, dead. Okay? Okay. I don't bother. This is the real problem. So, an ecosystem eventually takes not the bottom up, top down, but it's about circular valorization. I call it circular valorization. You feed back to a scale, take something, go to another scale, and so on. And this is how we work within the pyramid. Not this, and then that's it becomes the forest. So, there they are. This is what you can do. These are all the different axes. And this is the project that we did. Axel explained it. Media literacy, none. So, and this is what we do: sports, caring, gardening, cooking, food, ICT techniques, art and culture, eco-philosophy in school. this is where we are. Put the axis in a cube, and then we have a cube, and then the question is, where are you? Thank you.
Yeah, please stay there. I think you can expect some questions now. Thank you very much for explaining and actually maybe also offering, maybe that's also the relief that I felt within the audience, offering something of a kind of a frame of action, something that we can actually do. And of course we can do this every day on our plates, but at the same time you also mentioned the deconstruction of the big problems like colonialism, like the Anthropocene, etc. Could you explain a little bit more, if we would stop working from the pyramid, upside down or upside up, if we would start working in network as individuals, what kind of, we have November, election in November, what kind of politics on national or maybe even European level would fit your world perspective?
Let's start with the pyramid. How can you open up the pyramid? Right? So, the first thing that you need is to take away the levels, strategic, tactical, operational. The board, the managers, the employees, the worker who work for. Right? How do you do that? The first thing you have to do is communicate. Communicate. So, the board members, they know what happens on the work floor. The work floor knows what happens on a technical level with the managers. Perhaps we should kick out the managers. Perhaps, as some big corporations did in Brazil as well, perhaps we have to find out that they have to take care of themselves in order to, for the planning for themselves. So that's how, within the pyramid, it starts circulating.
Okay, so let's say for politics on a national level, could we then maybe skip the national level and work in a series of interconnected networks on different scales that somehow decide or...
Yeah, Walter van der Rijboek proposed civic councils, right? I don't think this is, I think this reproduces the basic infrastructure. It's okay, we have to try everything, but that's not the way that I see it. I think that Eric, for instance, would say revolution. Kick them out. Gun them down.
Yeah, but then what to replace it with, that would be my question.
Then comes Glenn and tells us how we have to do it.
No, he tells us what we want to end in the symbiosis.
Yeah, right.
But how, what do you understand? If we kick everybody out and then we end up in the symbiosis, what is in between?
Yeah, well, at least the idea on an individual level that people have the idea that they are connected per definition, ontological, inter-essence, right? So the schooling needs to instantiate that idea in the consciousness of kids. But schooling is a slow time, it takes 50 years. Schooling is a necessary condition, but not a sufficient condition. Upon that infrastructure, educational infrastructure, you need a cultural infrastructure. Ruigoord is one of the examples in cultural sense where these kind of things can be trained as well, or practiced as well. The moment you get to the level of decision makers, it becomes hard because it's so connected, of course, not only with corporations, with big capital, with big pharma, and so on, but also European level, also power play on the geopolitical level. That's hard. I don't think we can find this in a quantitative upgrading of scale. It needs to break down. And for that matter, it breaks down. Completely. Only we call it sectorial, so it is, we do it so eager. But when you have 10 sectors where it all breaks down, it's time to start in a different way. Right?
Okay, we'll leave it at that for a while. Just one more question, because you said it takes time to make this transition. You believe, Glenn, that he says by 2050 we can have reached the Symbiocene. Actually, when we would start now, we would notice the difference within 2 years. Do you think it can go that way? Does it need to go that way? Probably.
The future is see.
Okay, that's a very good answer. Thank you so much. I can imagine that somebody would like to ask a question today. I have time for 2 questions before the break starts. We have an inter-session break. Any questions, something you would like to add, to try to reason with? I'm coming towards you. Yeah, you do, or have you been like here?
Hello, very nice. Thank you for your amazing presentation. I was wondering what you think about to become part of nature as a solution to being connected really with the ecosystem, with a feel like one all, because we are one together, like a big organism.
Yeah, okay.
And I assume if you realize and you feel real that you are one with our ecosystem, with our planet and our cosmos, then you will really understand what is going on in our planet.
Yeah, okay.
You really will take care of that. What do you think about
okay.
nature, be nature, like regenerative design?
Okay, but yesterday we had a discussion on this idea of nature as something that's good. Nature is bad as well. If you accept the bad and the good stuff, then we can start thinking about becoming nature again, right? But then again, you have to identify in this connectivity with all kinds of creatures from your intestines to the big dragons, that you are part of them as well. So I think that's hard, but it takes a long emancipatory trajectory, I think, to cover that. But then again, the political aspect is very important, because this is, I won't say a romanticized idea, but you have to politicize this. And once you politicize this idea on the different levels, then it becomes harder. But when you have a closed cocoon, right, and you have your own small community, it is possible. How does it really connect to the rest of the world? That's the political question.
I have one more question here. Just one in between. When you mean politicize, it's always about representation. Do you also include the non-humans into this representation, this political representation? Of
the identification. Not representation, because that's Latour, right? Latour, with his parliament of things, he's trying to represent.
That's not your kind of political. Okay, I have one more question here from the audience.
Get the sun out, because
the sun is right into your eyes. Maybe step to the left, to the right, or come a bit to the front. Try and make the sun before you join it.
It is a sun?
It's a sun. What is it? It's the end of the world. One more question from the audience before we're in.
It's so hard to understand the difference.
You're talking about politicizing, and one possibility of politicizing would be, for instance, in the case it would be at all possible in the Netherlands, to begin with the Netherlands, to put it in some way in the constitution. In Ecuador in 2008 and in Bolivia in 2009, defending Mother Earth or nature has become part of the constitution. And those are the 2 only countries in the world that have done it. Is there any possibility to achieve something like that in Europe? Is it desirable? What do you think about that?
Yeah, the interesting thing is that in those countries it worked, but we have a different key. We are going to the judge. We are going to sue the state, and then we win. And then it's part of the jurisprudence, right? But the jurisprudence is something different than the constitution, of course. But I think it has to start in our countries in West Europe within the jurisprudence, and then it has to boil down, as it were, into the constitution. Look at ecocide of polyhedrons, right? Ecocide is now a big thing. So will ecocide be taken into the human rights and all the other stuff of the United Nations? Will it become part of the constitution of Europe for the different states? So that's the trajectory that I see for West Europe, and it's not the same trajectory as in South America.
Thank you for now. We have a lot to think about during the break. Patrick, what we're going to say, or we're going to say for break time? Ah, applause! Applause! Thank you very much. Okay, so let's take a 20 minutes break and be back here at 8:30 to enjoy the next two speakers, Jim Bendel and Ian Kelsey. Thank you very much so far.
onverkleinen van de inheemse identiteit. Nee, het is niet gelukt is. Tot de Sovjet-Unie zijn ze niet geweest. Vanaf de revolutie dat is verder gegaan. Net zoals in China. Dus 1918, vanaf dat moment, dat is een proces. Een proces die helemaal gericht was om de individuele of de collectieve identiteit te vertegenwoordigen. Om ervoor te zorgen dat je krijgt een ideale sociale samenleving. Ja, en om dat te bereiken, dan moest de traditionele etnische identiteit worden. Zal ik het doen? Oké. Helemaal. En zo je aangesloten biologie. Uit verschillende Marx en Hegel zijn daar trouwens niet de enige, maar dat was een enorm breken voor de revolutie van het proletariat. De globale het zou ja, daar hier. Dus en in Zuid-Amerika, de Spanjaarden, de katholieken, die waren bezig om genocide te plegen, maar niet met de ideologie van die identiteit alleen één identiteit. Ja, dat was alleen zo van, ja, die geloven niet in deze sport. Dus ze worden niet bekleed. En dus alle
Maar morgen moet jij niet. Oké. Oh, dus morgen ben je ook nog.
Ja, denk je? Liefst met steun van de architectenstuur. Maar die moet liefst echt naar buiten. Je bent net ook niet met een laat deze dus ik ook nog een aantal modellen die dan een keertje meer zou zijn waarbij 2/3 deel van de hoofd binnenkant. Jim Benton,
Ik zou dan voor het budget van de eeuwig zijn, of is het ook weer een tijdelijk iets van 5 jaar? met de aanhangers en dat is fijn dat het niet, want het is eigenlijk zo'n keuze niet oh ja. Dat moet allemaal voor het eind van dit jaar.
Eerst moeten wij volgend jaar overwegen tegen tot het voorjaar maart. Proost.
En dan is het geen
ja, de mopping
Nou, we gaan de boel weer van binnenjassen, denk ik.
Nou, niet. Het is nog steeds mogelijk. Ik ga niet laten ja, dus oh ja. Nee, ik ga. Er zijn niet zoveel mensen gebleven voor die mijn...
We gaan eens kijken of er buiten nog een paar staan.
Ja.
Ja, iedereen staat buiten. Heel vol.
Ja, vol? Ah, mooi. Oh, oké. Oké, zo. We mogen niet te veel klagen.
Nee?
Maar net een klein beetje.
Oh, een klein beetje.
Ja.
Nou, jullie zijn hier al de hele dag,
ja.
Lekker gegeten, hè?
Ja.
Perfect, ja.
Je bent een beetje opgesterkt. Je wordt een beetje opgesterkt.
En ja.
welcome back, George. Maybe a shout outside to get everybody in. We'll be starting. Still lots of ground to cover and everything.
Ik ben niet zo snel geweest. Een enkele keer.
Hi, zal ik doen?
Ik zet Jim alvast op het beeld.
Kijk, je zei het al. Ja. Misschien kan iemand nog even naar buiten roepen dat we echt gaan beginnen. Dus
Zijn geen mensen daar?
houden we het niet in de tijd.
Staan daar geen mensen?
Wij zitten allemaal in de tuin hiernaast.
In de tuin.
Doe ik even een last call in the garden.
Ja, dat ken ik wel. Ja? Ja? Oh ja, de doemster.
Okay, let's start with the people that have gathered back so far here in the church, and then hopefully some more will come. We are a little bit pressed for time because of the obligations of the speakers after 10, so we'll really try to get it done within that time. Let me introduce to you Jem Bendel, a British professor of sustainability leadership and founder of the Institute for Leadership and Sustainability at the University of Cumbria. He has written about monetary economics and the need for deep adaptation in response to environmental crises. He regularly comments on current affairs and approaches that may help humanity face climate-induced disruption. In 2019, he founded the Deep Foundation Forum to support responses to hypothetical societal disruption and the perceived dangers of climate change. Quote, "Our climate is changing rapidly, destroying lives and threatening our future. We must act now to reduce harm and to save what we can. In doing so, we can rediscover what truly matters." Jem, I hope you've heard the introduction so far. The floor is yours.
Yes, thank you for that introduction. Thank you kindly, everyone. And, I'm sorry I can't be there in person. I was actually looking up the venue just now, and I saw that it's the venue that the band Left Field had their first ever gig back in 1996. So to get into the mood, I was playing the Song of Life, which they opened their set with back then. And for me, it's a reminder, if we need a reminder, of the importance of free cultural spaces to creativity. And it's another reminder of why we need a great reclamation of our power, I believe, from corporations, banks, and remote state institutions. What I want to do is actually record this. So I think I might, if you don't mind, start again, because I forgot to record. Hold on, let me just click record, so that I can put this out after. There we go, here we go. Don't do that.
Recording in progress.
Okay, cool. Just starts the recording. So, yeah, so I'm super happy to be joining you because I believe in free cultural spaces. I believe in the importance of what they do for providing space for our creativity. And I think this is an incredibly, potentially creative moment in human history. And I think we need that to help reclaim power from corporations and banks and remote state institutions. I call it a great reclamation that we can all take part in as normal life crumbles around us. So I want to take these short moments of your time this evening to invite you to consider three things. First, that the process of the collapse of industrial consumer societies has actually already begun. Second, instead of believing in the delusion of a managed transition into a sustainable consumer way of life, many people already have a different motivation for engaging for the good of us all. So we don't need wishful thinking to act positively today. In that sense, we don't actually need hope to be creative, but instead of faith in ourselves and in life itself. The third thing I want to talk about is that I see that creative art can help more of us recognize that reality and discover or explore new aims for our own lives. And that's why I was happy to join your event today. So my new book, Breaking Together, explains how the process of the creeping collapse of modern societies is already underway, as I said. And modern conveniences, although they're all around us, they seem to still be functioning. Yes, that means we could be skeptical about that claim I just made, but the data actually shows us what's going on. And I know it's late in the evening, but I'm going to hit you with some numbers. The Human Development Index in particular, it's been declining each year since 2019 in 80% of countries in all regions of the world. Some of that data is collected 2 years prior to release. So it's a decline that began pre-pandemic. Now previously it was always rising since 1990. Data on our quality of life as well, from the Numbeo Index, shows a global plateauing since 2016 in 90% of countries. And the rich OECD countries, like the Netherlands, the fall's been consistent since 2016. And some of that data was collected 2 years earlier, so it's declined starting before 2015 even. So in the book, I'm connecting those cracks on the surface of modern societies with crumbling foundations in economic, energy, environmental and food systems. And I say that climate change is an accelerator of all those fractures, as well, of course, being a really worrying problem in itself. So although specific societies have been disrupted terribly for centuries before, political violence, colonialism and so on, the evidence in my book is that it shows that actually we've reached a point where most modern societies, while continuing to function on the surface, are already in their early stages of collapse. And in the book, I explain how we've not been told about this process of collapse. As experts, politicians and the media, they're holding the microphone and they're incentivized to promote this idea of perpetual progress. And I provide also some evidence that the reason we no longer see content about the breakdown of societies going viral is because also executives in big tech, they're actually sort of managing the mixing deck through social media. So now we know also that they're in league with security agencies, big tech working with the state. So that's, for me, a really big problem, because it means we're not actually getting to talk about what's most important in society right now, which is how things are breaking down. Instead, we keep hearing the same old stories about why we should be more positive. And so when I hear, when a lot of people hear the bad news about society and the environment, some react by thinking that it's not helpful to focus on the bad news. But I think that means they're not facing the information fully, and instead they're switching to talk about, well, how should we relate to it in a positive way? And so that's also what I have in mind when I hear the story that hope is essential. What is meant by the word hope and what psychology actually says about the topic are not often considered. Yet psychological research finds that whether people act in pro-social ways or not has very little to do with their perception of the future. Research finds that even catastrophic imaginaries can be more motivating than not. So instead, being attached to consequentialist ethics is the Achilles heel of activism and pro-social action. Now that's the idea we do something only because we know it will have a positive impact, or we think that's likely. I say it's the Achilles heel because it can lead people to giving up when they sense that they can't achieve their goals, or possibly even turning towards violent extremism or support for authoritarianism. Now for me, the teachings of Buddhism would be relevant here. Now, those teachings regard hope as a thought pattern that takes us away from meeting reality as we find it. Even the Buddha himself commented that there are three kinds of people in the world: the hopeful, hopeless, and the one who's done away with hope. Now, a member of the Spirit Rock Teachers Council, Oren J. Soper, explains that hoping can, I quote, direct our longing for happiness in an unskillful way. It places our well-being on uncertain, imagined future beyond our control, therefore feeding, craving, and fixation. And so when that wished-for future isn't realized, we're crushed. Now let's remember that we choose neither the circumstances of our lives nor the results of our actions. What we can choose, however, is how we relate to each other and how we respond. And when doing that, we can tune in to our intuitive sense that there is something worthwhile about being alive, and choose to keep living from our hearts no matter what happens. I think there's some similarity here in the more mystical understandings of Christian teachings also. The invitation for believers to have hope, as often summarized in the statement faith, hope and charity, does not mean to suggest that a pain-free world will come to exist on earth. Rather, it can be an invitation to expect the ultimate brightness of existence will be experienced by each and every one of us in the end, whether that's in this life or after death. Now that kind of hope is closer to a faith or trust in the universe, whatever may occur in the future. I think it's also important we ask, what is it that people are hoping for? Is it for our way of life to continue, despite that relying on the exploitation of the world's resources? As Leftfield sang back in 1996, they weren't that old, how many visions must they burn until we learn? I think it's time for a wholesale rejection of what I call in this book, the culture and systems of imperial modernity. Because I think a collapsing of industrial consumer societies and the ideologies they uphold will actually provide opportunities for significant change, which might actually reduce some forms of suffering in some parts of the world. And given the cumulative failure of myriad past form efforts at social change to deliver a peaceful, equitable and sustainable world, the cracking of old powerful systems could actually be regarded as a painful opportunity as well as a crisis. Now for me that's a kind of a darker hope, but it's also a practical one. And my view is that we will be collapsing into communities, and the thing to play for still is what we find in community when it becomes all we have. So in chapter 12 of my book, I promote a range of people, profile a range of people who've allowed their acceptance of the future either the future of societal collapse or the current perception that we're actually seeing or experiencing unfolding societal collapse right now, that they're aware that to allow that awareness to transform them. And in many cases, it's not immediate, it's quite painful. But I talk about some of them changing quickly, some of them changing slowly. Some have become activists, some have become permaculture farmers, some have become spiritual teachers, some have become community leaders, some have become innovators of local exchange and local currency systems. Seeing what they do inspires me with a broader hope that these disrupted times will bring more of us back to fuller attention to life itself. And in the book I use the term evotopia, where more of us are witnessing and being with reality in all its aspects. So I'm talking about a massive shift in our assumptions about life, and I'm thinking about how that might be helped. And of course, art can help us see our situation and stories in new ways, and it can involve, art can involve a warping or mixing of descriptions of reality, understandings of reality, stories of reality, and it's that intention and impact, of course, which makes something artistic rather than the very tools we use. So that's why I was happy to work with a digital artist to create the cover of my book. I'll talk about it in a moment. It's part of the Kintsugi World Art Project, which I'm going to show you in a minute over the video. And with the images, what we wanted to do is invite a reflection on what is breaking in our worlds today, and what we might learn from that breaking, what we might want to honour about that breaking and what we want to remember from that breaking to help us in the difficult times ahead. Before I show you the series of images we came up with, I'll just talk about this one on the cover of the book. This you may recognise is it's the statue of the Farnese. It's called the Farnese Atlas statue. So we got a Bright Street image of that from Wikipedia and put it through an AI program, and then asked it to do a kintsugi effect. So kintsugi is the Japanese art when something's broken, but you really light the thing that broke, so a mug or a bowl, you stick it back together again with gold. And that doesn't mean it has the original function. You don't use it again as a mug, for example. It'll become an ornament, but it becomes something beautiful, and you therefore still have the connection to that object and perhaps all the memories. Who gave it to you, or who drank from it, and so on. So with doing a kintsugi atlas, we're inviting reflection on what in this myth has been breaking, and what can we, therefore, what is it about human nature that's been breaking, and that we can stick back together again, not to repeat it, but to keep that in mind. So I don't know if you know the myth of the Titan god Atlas. This isn't the planet on his back, this is symbolic of the universe, and the idea is that the Titan gods, stories about them are actually reflections and aspects of the human condition. And that's different from the god Zeus, the sun god, which is the originating force, or one of the originating forces. And the story goes that Zeus cursed Atlas with the idea that he had to hold up the heavens, otherwise they would fall and kill all his family and all life on earth. And for me, this is an invitation to think about the potential and the curse of what could be called anthropo supremacy. So not just being anthropocentric, but anthropo-supreme. The idea that it all comes down to us. We are the centre of the universe, and the future of the universe depends on us, Homo sapiens. And it's a paradox, because good things can come from people thinking about what's my responsibility and what's our collective responsibility as a species. But also terrible things can come from that, which is actually a delusion. So with this image we're saying, well, let's recognise it's a paradox, and there are good and bad things that come from this way of thinking. And we can think now as Homo sapiens, as a species, we're waking up to the biological annihilation, it's called. What do we do about it? I think that the impulse to help could actually be as dangerous as not, and so we need to be aware of that as we enter this very difficult time of societal disruption and collapse. What I'm going to do now is show you a little video with some of the other images. If we've got a few more minutes together. Let me just do a share screen. And your IT person in the room with you may need to turn up the volume slightly. Let's bring up the video loaded.
Breaking Together, a free-flowing response to collapse, is written by Jen Vandel and published by Good Works in 2023. The front cover includes an image called Kintsugi Atlas that was made by Narinka, Montico and Jen Vandel. It is part of a Kintsugi World Art exhibition, each image of which corresponds to a chapter in the book. The audiobook is narrated by me, Matthew Slater, and is comprised of the following 15 chapters. First, the introduction, recognizing and responding to collapse. Then chapter 1, economic collapse, a time for limits and contradictions. Chapter 2, monetary collapse, it was made inevitable. Chapter 3, energy collapse, and problems with net zero. Chapter 4, biosphere collapse, killing our living home. Chapter 5, climate collapse, cascading failures. Chapter 6, food collapse, 6 hard trends. Chapter 7, societal collapse, recognizing collapse and cultural decay. Chapter 8, freedom to know, critical wisdom in this era of collapse. Chapter 9, freedom from progress, humanity is not on trial. Chapter 10, freedom from banking, how the money power drove collapse. Chapter 11, freedom in nature, a foundation for eco-libertarians. Chapter 12, freedom to collapse and grow, the doomsday way. Chapter 13, freedom from fake green globalists, resistance and reclamation. Finally, there is a conclusion, taking the green pill in an age of collapse.
Okay, so those are the images that Darinka and I came up with. We had some fun doing that. AI is quite fascinating, but we've had to do quite a lot of post-AI adding of the Kintsugi effect. So, if you're interested in the book, it's free now as an EPUB. I want to make this analysis as widely available as possible, so you can go to jenvendel.com to find the book as an EPUB, or you can order it from there, from the publisher. If you're interested in what I just showed you, you should just type my name into YouTube and then you'll find the introduction for free as an audio, and those images again you'll see. And I'm going to be exhibiting them. We're actually going to be working with an artist to actually create some of those images in real life. So we'll see how we get on with that. But the reason I've focused on that is because, with you today, is because for a big part of my life, the last 5 years, working on this topic, it's been pretty heavy. And also, when we talk about it in public, there's quite a backlash. And but for me, things are moving so fast that actually it's important not to be shy anymore and to be more public and more creative, and say, this is how I'm living with this awareness, and this is how other people are living. And so, yeah, to celebrate the fact that we can find purpose once old stories about the future die. So I'm looking forward to the discussion in a moment, but also I'd like to invite you into that way of thinking, which is that if, maybe you know this already, maybe you believe it already, but if you don't, just think as a thought experiment. If the scholarship I put together in this book and the conclusion I've reached that the collapse of modern industrial consumer societies has indeed already begun, if that is the case, then in what ways might you feel more free as a result? Now, what I'm going to ask you to do is take a few minutes to turn to your neighbour, and Indira will also repeat the question, I think, for you, and then do that first, and then afterwards I'll be looking forward to hearing some thoughts or any questions, and then of course on the panel. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Jan. Of course, a warm applause for you. Thank you very much. So what we decided, because of the delay, is not to ask questions to Jem, but Jem asked you a question. And the question is, probably understood, what kind of freedom could you develop, or could you experience, or could you find?
Recording stopped.
Recording stopped. In accepting this breaking down and as he described in the chapters of the book. First, there is all the stages that you have to go through to see all the kind of things that break down, and then there are new stages. These are new stages of freedom. So, what freedom would you find, or could you find, within breaking down? The next 5 minutes are yours. Discuss them with your neighbor, and if you want to share it with us, you can also raise your hand, and I'll come to you. 5 minutes for consideration and complementation. So I can see that you are actually thinking about this question, how breaking down will also allow you to find some freedom. Is there anybody who would like to share what kind of freedom you could and would hope to find? I saw you already had an intense discussion with two philosophers, but maybe that's a bit too much. Is there anybody who would like to say what freedom might be? I'm coming to you.
I've got two very actual examples. One example, I was just spreading this flyer among you, and it is about a resolution that the European Union took just a short while ago, that is going to censure media on internet. And anything that the government is not gonna like, they are going to censure that. This is going to be effective from 25th of August, coming, so in a month more or less. And this is a nice example. Another example, which mostly people with a low income feel in the Netherlands, because in different countries it goes in different ways, is the public transport. Like in the Netherlands, we have more or less 4 million people who live from a minimum income, and the rest have no problem paying the ticket for the train and the bus. But 4 million people have difficulties, and there is a whole industry about how to hinder people to travel if they don't pay. And that's a very interesting development, how this repressive system has become into a really very profitable business. And there are many more examples, but I just remember those two right now because this is something I'm busy with.
Jeff, yeah, that's okay. That's okay. We're going to switch to the next speaker. But to replace, so what breaking down would actually, what could be gained from that in freedom is actually the breaking away from the disadvantages, from all the interference in and the cost of all the inequalities that are connected to public transport. So it would be more like equality or less interference from taxes.
Like your question is how we, like a wonderful solution would be to not to practice the opposite of privatizing, exactly that. To collectivize public transport. Yeah, and there are a lot of people who work in the TU Delft and their professors say, no, it's impossible, it's unpayable. But at the moment we get rid of all those controlled semi-military mechanisms that have been built in the last 25 years, suddenly there is a lot of money left. So it actually will be cheaper for the state.
Thank you so much, but it would actually free us from all the pyramidal systems and power systems that Henk explained that earlier today, actually. Is there anybody else who would like to share how breaking down would also maybe result in some kind of freedom? Maybe you would? You're looking at me like, yes, I know the answer.
I guess I was really imagining everything breaking down and everything just, there is no public transportation, there is nothing, there is none of these systems. And somehow there was great freedom in that, and that you can, like, then you're going to be using everything you can find, and then you're going to find like minds to be with so that you can enjoy each other but also survive together. And it was bringing these images of Tank Girl. I don't know if you went Tank Girl, but she and her friends did a good job of that in that comic book.
Thank you. Like, it looks like they're also hinting at that you would find much smaller networks in how to take care of each other and just how to find people that you would like to live your final days, weeks with, right? Thank you very much. We're going to, I see Dylan is already online. Hi Dylan, can you hear us?
Hi, yes I can hear you.
Yes, we can hear you too. Hi Dylan, warm welcome to you. Give her applause. Thank you. Let me say, I'll sit down next to you to do a brief introduction of you, and then we'll do you can start your lecture, and then we'll try afterwards to get all the speakers that we have online together in one Zoom connection and have an after talk. So let's see if that works. Ian Kelsey Symbiocy is a scholar and educator of evidence-based hope, and I think we can certainly do with some hope after Jim Mandel spoke to us, although he of course is also looking for hope in a way that might help us in selecting what we really find. Is er nog geluid? Ja, er is weer geluid. So Eileen too, she has a focus on a new relationship between humans and also between humans and nature. She's connected to the Rachel Carson Center, and mentioned Rachel Carson herself earlier, and to Stanford University. And she believes in the power of compassion. One of the phrases she uses quite a lot is that climate doom may be worse than climate crisis denial. So that's what we need hope for, isn't it? The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, everyone. I'm afraid I couldn't hear the sound at all. It was quite garbled, just in terms of the connection. So I think I'm ready to go, yeah? Perfect. All right. Well, thank you all for joining us. I know it's been a full program. It must be very full of ideas already. So what I was hoping to do is to engage you with some ideas around hope. I was listening to the live stream earlier, and I certainly heard that hope and doomism have been an ongoing conversation throughout the symposium. So I'm happy to speak with you about that. I'm going to switch to some slides and move through them really quickly. So you'll hear my voice while you see quite a lot of images. It looks like I need the screen sharing to be set up. If somebody could do that for me quickly. Thank you.
Hi, I have screen sharing on set up.
Ah, thank you. You can just make me a co-host, that's wonderful. Yep. It says host disabled participants screen sharing. So it should, I think if you just go into participants and make me a co-host, it should work. Thank you everyone for your patience. Okay, let me try it now. Yes, that's going to be fine. Thank you very much for the help. Okay, can everyone see that okay? Yeah, perfect. Okay. So I would like to just start by acknowledging that I'm on the traditional territories of the Lekwungen peoples, and that these are the traditional lands of the Songhees, Esquimalt, and Masonic peoples whose historical relationships still exist to today. And I feel so fortunate to be in this place. You might know it as Vancouver Island. It's a place that's very rich with wildlife and really lots of cultural diversity as well. I feel extremely fortunate to be here and to be joining you, and Ruigoord is also in Amsterdam. As I mentioned, what I'd really love to talk with you about hope, and especially evidence-based hope, and I'll be touching on that as we move through this presentation. Some of the ideas are captured in a book that I wrote just a couple of years ago called Hope Matters. And I think it's so applicable to this time in which we're talking about today, as Glenn talks about the Symbiocene. I'm so appreciative of Glenn and his capacity to create new words that allow us to come together around ideas. And so I really love this idea of nurturing all aspects of being human and other species. It's very timely because just last year we had, for example, a whole new human right declared around our ability to live in a clean and healthy and sustainable environment. So this recognition of our connection with the greater than human world is being enshrined in important ways. A lot of my work is in this new discipline of climate emotions. It's an area that looks at sort of our psychological responses to the times in which we find ourselves. And there's been a lot of research emerging in very recent years around just how profoundly important emotions are to the way we engage with things. And unfortunately, research like this that shows us how strongly ideas of doomism and fatalism are embedded within youth and And in fact, we see very high levels of eco-anxiety. This is the largest international survey to date. We see 3 in 4 youth between the ages of 16 and 25 talking about these fears of the future and their institutional betrayal, feelings that they cannot count on governments or school systems or the systems we count on to deal with the problems we face. The challenge I think we have is that we use a lot of shame and fear as a way to engage people with climate and other emotions. But unfortunately, psychological literature shows us that fear and despair cause us to be really shut down and not to reach out to each other and not to be very creative. In fact, fear can lead to hopelessness, which is very closely tied to cynicism or apathy. We see studies like this that show when we think climate change is unstoppable, which many people feel, then we're much less likely to engage in the policies or behaviors that would help stop it. So these emotional reactions are very important. And what we do know is that climate engagement is much more likely to happen when we're using empathy or compassion or a feeling of being interconnected or pridefulness. And fear and shame, on the other hand, really shut us down. There's a wonderful researcher named Eve Tuck who talks about this idea of pain stories. And what I love about Eve's work is what she's saying is that she's studying marginalized peoples, for example, but she says this damage-centered approach is a flawed theory of change. So if we only speak about what's broken, we really reduce the agency of people themselves, their own resilience, and that what we need is to create safe spaces to share those stories, but also look just as fulsomely about the resilience that exists, or the things that are moving in the directions we need them to go. And I think I just recently saw this wonderful art exhibition, and when it says, "I am not tragically colored," I think that's exactly what the artist is talking about. Don't define me in just one way. The point I really want to underscore is that our feelings about climate change or biodiversity loss or ocean plastics or any of the critical issues we face are based on the reality of the situation. These are urgent global problems, no question. But they're also based on our thoughts and our beliefs and our mindsets and the way we communicate about those things. And that is a super important point, because right now the current statistic on all the media that we hear about climate change, only 3% of it even mentions a solution. It's very heavily focused on what's broken. It's important to know what's broken, but because we never hear about solutions, we tend to think there are no solutions or nothing is happening. And that causes us to shut down or give up or to feel quite helpless. In fact, Michael Mann, a wonderful climate scientist, calls climate doomism the new climate denial. If you deny that climate change is happening, you don't have to do anything. And if you think it's already too late or too big, you don't have to do anything. And so he really sees it as a political issue as well. Now, of course, it makes a lot of sense that we've used fear and shame because these are such urgent issues. We wanted to get the word out. So the history of environmental communication shows a lot of this, raising issues so people know about that. However, I think it's important to keep track of what's changing. And in the largest public opinion survey to date, we see a vast majority of people on Earth know about climate change and are really concerned about it, which means just continuing to tell them what's broken is really serving to disempower rather than to engage. And in fact, Tony Lesowitz at Yale University has coined the term a hope gap, which is the space between people's real concern about an issue and their feelings of powerlessness to do anything about it. And so for all these reasons, I really believe this, that the climate crisis is also a crisis of hope, and that in order to tackle it, we really need to engage people with really current, up-to-date information about what things are changing in the directions we need them to go, and to amplify that. Now that's really tricky because I love this quote. It's difficult to learn if you already know. And I would say, as a person who speaks about hope all the time, many of us really know that everything's ruined forever, that we believe that so strongly that we can't learn about which things are actually shifting in good directions. And so it's a real psychological challenge to challenge these dominant narratives of doomism. And again, I want to say that they are reflective of the real situations we face, and they're a constructive narrative. We hear only about problems, so we believe we are only in problems. So that's why I think evidence-based hope is so important. We need to hear about current things that are changing in the directions we need them to go in. So for example, this one, we've seen this massive movement to a project called 30 by 30, which is to protect 30% of oceans and land by the year 2030. We see big shifts going on around marine protected areas in general, and now new marine protected areas in the high seas, which is the space between nation-state boundaries in the ocean, the largest amount of ocean on Earth. Here in Canada, where I'm speaking to you from, this May 26th, we see the provinces of Canada coming around the 30 by 30 pledge along with the nation. And we just saw a historic change in the EU, many of you will be aware of, where it's only 20%, but it's legally binding, which is the first legally binding agreement around this kind of biodiversity protection area initiatives. So again, the point I really want to make is that we have to look for these changes. And it's really hard because when we look, because 3% of our media only is including a solution, we tend to only find out about problems. And it's important that we know about solutions because, again, those of us who know more about that are much more optimistic about what we can change. And I'm happy to say there's been this massive rise in a field called solutions journalism. And that is what solutions journalism is all about, is rigorously reporting on problems and rigorously reporting on solutions and how they work in the particular context in which they are. So if you look on the Solutions Journalism Network, you'll see something like 1,500 now news organizations operating in these ways around the world. I wanted to touch on one other thing, and that is we also have brand narratives about other species. And when I think about the Symbiocene, I think about ourselves and our relationships, and I think about all of these other species. So for example, when we look at the massive forest fires that happened just a few years ago in Australia, almost all of that reporting is in a problem identification frame. We hear about the mass destruction. We almost never see follow-up images like this, which show what has happened since those fires. And in many places, what we're seeing now is these epicorns. So even when a tree is so badly burned that it has no branches or leaves, they actually have these shoots that come out from their trunks in the case of gum trees that are photosynthesizing and helping the trees to heal. And then recent research like this, just from May 4th, which used all kinds of AI technology to track how animals come back into those areas and how well they're doing and where. And the reason that's so important is the more we know about the resilience of other species, the more we have the capability to really help in ways that are effective. So for example, Suzanne Simard's work, which I know Glenn might have been talking about earlier today, we're all big fans of Suzanne Simard. Suzanne is the person who's looking at these, mycorrhizome relationships between roots in forests and how forests communicate between each other and how they pass resources between trees. Well, in the case of mother trees, what Suzanne is doing, she's a forester, and what she's been doing is studying how, if you keep mother trees after mass forestry, is there more resilience within the recovery of those forests? So really interesting applied work around this idea of the agency of other species. Now if I show you this picture, many of you will probably see an elephant. And that's because we really learned not to see the plants. And in fact, botanists call this plant blindness. There's a whole lot of plants in that picture, but they said, what do you see? Most of us would say an elephant. Well, I think plant blindness is shifting in a direction that's we needed to go, in a positive direction. And I think that's due in part to recognition of things like the importance of urban trees. So here's a project that's looking at satellite images of where trees are in cities. And you can see Amsterdam there on the screen. And it's really become a social justice project whereby people say, if there are trees in this area, I want trees too. Because we know there's a close correlation between the number of trees in an area and more trees, less crime, more trees, higher health benefits, a lot of recognition of the value of trees. And then really interesting work like this by Monica Gagliano. I love this work, where she actually wrote a book in concert with plants, so seeing them as colleagues or collaborators. So really moving beyond this idea of the invisibility of plants. And then research like this that shows that as an area becomes more mature, it actually becomes more resilient. So recognizing lifespan in other species as being an important part of resilience. Now there are 8.7 million other species on Earth, and we're not the only ones actively responding, and I find that a deeply hopeful idea. I know Glenn is interested in the actions of teeny tiny living organisms, or in this case, research that shows that when fish are raised in warmer water, coral reef fish, certain kinds of coral reef fish, they struggle. So this is important from the standpoint of ocean warming tied to climate change. And yet, if those fish have offspring, epigenetics creates a situation in which those offspring are actually able to do well in those warmer waters. So it's complicated how we respond to the issues of our time. In more recent years, here's just from March 2023, there's been a lot more research on the emotional capacity of other species. And we see that then impacting legislation, such as legislation around animal rights. Again, a really important issue, I think, within the Symbiocene and the way in which we all thrive. Intelligence, or capacity to learn things. I love this. Llamas learning a lot from people, probably because they've spent a lot of time observing people in the process of domestication. And then, of course, fascinating ongoing work, this is just from last month, of the capacities of chimps. So in this case, their capacity to consider alternate futures. And in this case, looking at the archaeology of monkeys and tool use going back 3,000 years. So a broadening of our idea of the complexity of intelligence that exists within other species and the sentience of those species. Sea otters, many of you will know, use lots of tools, lots of kinds of stone tools. And so that's important because sea otter recoveries along the west coast of North America, where I am, is a really important part, the reintroduction and recovery of sea otters to the reintroduction and recovery of kelp. And kelp is a massively important plant from the standpoint of ocean ecosystems, nursery beds for young fishes and invertebrates, and also from a climate change perspective. Also, we're seeing more research, important research around what our emotional awareness is in contrast to other species' emotions. So we see, for example, this work that shows when we understand the emotional capability of another species, in this particular case, studying donkeys and other equines, we see improvements in animal husbandry and care. Sexism is also at play and an important thing that I think is shifting and in ways that are important to shift. So it used to be not long ago we thought in the northern hemisphere, especially, that only male songbirds sing. But it turns out if you look globally, 71% of species of songbirds, females also sing. So I think this is astonishing because even when we're there with the mouths open moving, our beliefs cause us to not think that that's the case. And this is important work because of research like this that shows if you look at where conservation areas have been placed, in Costa Rica, for example, they map very strongly on where the male songbirds go and very poorly on where the female songbirds go because we have a real bias towards studying male birds. So this diversity, equity, inclusion issues, I think are shifting into the other than human world in important ways. Research on wisdom, postmenopausal females of whales, for example, and seeing that when whale mother or grandmothers, in this case, this particular whale is 105 years old, when we study New Caledonia crows, for example, when we study 3 birds and then say that's how all crows behave, we're really missing the boat. And so he's advocating for a diversity of subjects in the same way that we recognize the necessity of diversity of subjects in human studies. And I just thought you would be happy to know that hermit crabs also have individual behavior patterns. So personality and individuality is alive and thriving in many species. For the longest time, giant pandas were the symbol of endangered species. And I think it's exciting to know that due to a lot of effort by many people, they are no longer endangered. They're still threatened. It's no cause for, to lower that amount of attention. But it is important to see shifts moving in the directions we need them to go. And in fact, the IUCN, which is the world's largest government, non-governmental organizations involved in conservation globally, is now recently introduced a green limits, because we used to only study and monitor the red list, how quickly things were going in danger. The green list looks at what are the things we're doing that are having the best impacts, so that we can look at, okay, how did that kind of get from endangered to threatened? What worked? And that way we can study those things we need to amplify more. So that's an important shift. It really matters, because lots and lots of studies like this one show this close correlation between biodiversity and climate change. When we have thriving biodiversity, it really is an important measure against climate change. We're seeing it in the case of large animals, whether they be on land, like in elephants, or in the ocean, like tiger sharks. Really close correlations between healthy, vibrant ecosystems with lots of predators and healthy responses to climate change. The last thing I wanted to touch on is almost all of my work now is being done in intergenerational collaborations. So myself working with really young people, and I do that intentionally because 42% of the world is 25 years of age or younger. And that 42% of the world is getting most of their information about climate and biodiversity and other things on social media. And in fact, there's that same narrative of doomism is very alive and dominant in social media. So to be part of a disempowering narrative is really not serving us as a global commons. And so by doing intergenerational collaborations, this is one I just recently did with Queer Brown Vegan, we're really tackling using evidence-based hope, examples of real things happening in real time that are shifting at big scales and small scales in the ways we need them to go. So this is what I believe, that hope is not about telling good news stories and being, smiley. It's about recognizing the complexity of emotions we have, and that we can hold at the same time. Many people feel hope and anger, and that makes a lot of sense, because a lot of the issues we're talking about, almost all of them, are social justice issues. That's why you talk about climate justice and demand transformation, not sustainability. And I think recognizing our emotions, hope and anger, are both activating emotions. They cause us to be able to move in more fulsome ways, whereas despair, cynicism, helplessness causes us to shut down at the very time we need all of us to be as engaged as possible in effective ways. So I'm going to stop there and come off the screen, and thank you very much for joining me.
Thank you, Julie. The applause is yours. I hope you heard it very well. We're going to try and have some discussion online and offline here on stage and on the screen. That means that you need to go and sit here, and you need a microphone, and then maybe you will be part of the threesome on screen, as Timothy Morton had to go already, so it's the three of you. Let me see if is it easy to get this one? Maybe it's not because my hands are full. I think he's still there.
Hello, I'm here, yes.
Timothy is there. Sorry, I wasn't sure that you had to go.
Like, I can see you, I can be on audio.
Yes, perfect. Okay, if it's possible to see you, then it would even be better, but let's see what happened. Okay, so now we have all our speakers today together. Can we make them in mutual squares? So like, how do you call it? Gallery view? Anyway, first, Elin, I have a question to you. Thank you very much for offering us so many examples of hope. But I couldn't help thinking that all the hope actually went to these animals and to nature of Earth and not to the humans. Do you also have examples of how all these signs of hope you see, are there also examples of people actually doing better, or communities, or nations, or political systems, or stuff like that?
Yes, I really appreciate that. And in fact, that's my biggest challenge doing these talks is normally I have about 150 examples of human things. And I decided in this case I would really privilege other species because I really love this idea of the Symbiocene and really thinking about both together. But there are so many examples going on in human skills as well. So for example, this movement towards net zero, so making choices about renewable energy. Like we are really seeing renewable energy, especially electricity production, for example, is shifting so quickly. And that is a really important thing to keep track of. So the race towards a number of countries signing on to that, or other governmental bodies, corporations, not-for-profits, it really is a global movement of massive importance. The shift towards plant-based eating is now the biggest trend in human food. And I think that is a really critical thing because when we look at Project Drawdown, for example, which is this nice data set that allows us to look at what are the most impactful things we can do collectively, that shift to plant-based eating is always within the top 4. So as we see those kind of movements, I think that's really an important thing to keep track of. So there are many examples, and I'll stop there because I know we have other questions. But yes, normally I have lots of examples of that, and I just, for time reasons, chose to focus on other species.
Thank you for clarifying that. I also have a question for Jen, because we did your thought experiment. We actually exchanged, probably I'll need to be closer, but you can hear better, because of the mic. We exchanged ideas on how breaking down together could actually be also ways to gain freedom out of that. But that brought us to the next question, which is, if we have selected these concepts or freedoms that we actually value and would like to keep until the end, how are you sure that you will make the right decisions when we have to make choices between conflicting freedoms?
Yes, thank you for that. And also, is this a moment for me, or would it be later, to offer some reflections on what Ellen shared? Should I do that in the same breath, or do we
Please do, yes.
invite that later?
Please do.
Okay, so firstly, I'm nervous about the question you asked because I fear it comes from a way of thinking which denies the full dignity of everyone and the great awareness of people in their own lives and their own communities about how to make decisions about trade-offs between different things. There's a trend towards authoritarianism in environmentalism at the moment, very understandably, as people get very frustrated and upset. So people like me, I first started working full-time in an environmental job in 1995, and I worked flat out on corporate sustainability and green consumerism and so on, green finance for 20 years. Kept arguing about, yes, we're doing it, renewables and all this, and yet, of course, biodiversity loss has got worse and worse, emissions have gone up and up, parts per million of carbon in the atmosphere up and up. We haven't actually managed to have a significant impact on the real world. So I understand frustration and upset that people who have worked like me in this and get really scared about all the latest climate data. But many of them are therefore thinking that, well, we somehow have to decide what other people should do and impose it on them. And my book is very clear that we are not free people. We live in a global capitalist system which has created incentives, has manipulated us, so we don't actually know what humanity, not within such an oppressive, coercive, manipulating system, would be like. Many of us just simply can't afford to choose to de-link from the commercial system to grow our own food, for example, to learn an instrument, rather than just when we're tired after work, go home and press play on the MP3 player or Spotify. We are the product of a system which I call imperial modernity. So I think that's also reflected somewhat with it happens in the academe as well. So, Ellen, you mentioned some studies, I just want to speak to that. So for me, when I looked at this literature on the psychology literature on environmental issues and agency, many of them assume us to be mere consumers rather than politically engaged citizens. So they ask whether we will recycle more if it will save the planet. But as someone with decades working in corporate sustainability, I know such framing hasn't worked. Rather, it undermines our awareness of this being a political challenge. And as a political challenge, we need to ask how people are being radicalized to live and act differently. And research on that finds that so-called catastrophic imaginaries, and that's in a peer-reviewed journal, catastrophic imaginaries are actually more powerful motivators than thinking, actually, well, we're going to fix this. For instance, the climate campaign that many of you probably know in Amsterdam, Extinction Rebellion, it made climate an issue of public awareness since 4 or 5 years ago. It even got local governments to declare climate emergencies across the UK and in other parts of Europe. It was founded on what top-ranking climatologists dismissed as doomism. Because in XR, there's an expectation that catastrophic climate impacts will unfold, and they're actually underway already. And so therefore there's a rejection of this sort of narrative that we must stay hopeful. In fact, their very first banner was "Hope dies, action begins." So for me, I think that there's a problem that many senior ranking experts know actually very little about this wave of activism, which gives me a lot of hope in that sense. But it's a different kind of hope. It's a hope of people waking up and getting out of this sort of the stupor of being a consumer in a modern society. So the statement that people give up when they believe it's too late is fundamentally flawed on a number of levels. First, too late for what? Too late to maintain a global system where a few of us have the privileges. And what is the quality of evidence of sort of a disengagement with pro-social action? There's evidence to the contrary that I have mentioned. So actually, optimism can be functional in our ongoing oppression. We're being told by elite to believe that the system, whether it's technology, enterprise capital, charismatic leaders and so on, to believe that they will get it sorted, and all we should do is keep hoping and keep shopping and working in the right ways. The worst example of this is when the expert class pathologise the youth who are actually more honest in their assessment of the situation. And to say that or suggest that experts and elites need to fix the emotions of young people by providing more positive stories seems to be an arrogant form of experiential avoidance from adults and even a form of child abuse. I actually think something quite different needs to be done, which we need to grow up. We need to meet young people in their anxiety and say, yes, it is awful what adults have done. It's awful, and yes, I'm really upset, and it's looking really difficult. It's shocking, it's scary. Your emotions are entirely valid, and I'm just going to be with you in those emotions and see what can be done to help. I'm not going to sell you sort of positive stories that you should just get behind and believe that AI will fix something. It's just, that to me seems like the system protecting itself. I would far rather see those young people reject all of that and be radicalized, become politically active, turn to each other and build alternatives from the bottom up. So I am inviting a far more radical and even revolutionary response to climate, and I'm saying that the expert class, the senior ranking climatologists, are research shows not going to be on the side of the people in that situation. They haven't been and they won't be. So environmentalism is at a turning point, and it's been too influenced by technology and neoliberalism, and I think, Ellen, what you were talking about for me is too close to those major things which have not worked over the last 30 years. I think we're in a very different and difficult moment, and I'm wanting to see much more of a political response.
Thank you.
Maybe we have to briefly, but actually I would like to pass on my to because he's also very much on how to act politically after the disaster struck. So
I would like to take over the arguments, but I can imagine that you would like to say something in an answer to Jen.
Yes, I'll just very briefly say, I think one of the exciting things is the climate justice marches, from 2019 were so effective that it's now 1 in every 8 people on Earth lives in a place that has declared a climate emergency. And that's really important in terms of political action. I think that's astonishing. And I think what I'm trying to say is it's really important to know that. Yeah, because otherwise you end up feeling like all that work was for naught. What difference did it make? So what I'm really arguing, we're really seeing a mental and emotional health crisis of youth and people in other ages. And I 100% agree with not apologizing that. It makes total sense that we feel these things, and that what we need to do is create safe spaces for those feelings. And we need to make very available what kinds of things are moving in the directions we need them to move in, and let people be very aware of that so they can decide for themselves whether they are most effective through their political action, through their religious action, through their artistry, whatever way they engage. And that's the point I'm making. I'm not trying to sell hope as a panacea. What I'm trying to say is we're highly skewed towards a discouraging doomist argument, which works well for corporations. Shame and fear is a very good way to move corporations. It isn't a good way to sustain people, and we're seeing the outcome of that. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Ian. I would like to steer away a little bit from the hope versus doom scenarios, because in the end, and I think the 2 days of reflecting here and debating together make that very clear. In the end, whether or not we either survive or die, we will have to find a way to do so ethically and kind of like with dignity, which somehow requires political action. And Henk Oostring, I would like to ask you to reflect on maybe today's lectures in general, but also especially within respect to what Jen said about hope, what you said about hope, and what Elin said about hope, and how, if we do not, and how political action is now needed, and how we can make sure that it will somehow help us to either die or live with dignity.
Well, I have a different angle, in a sense, that I think that acting or reflecting with me, as I proposed, but there's always a mental element involved as well. But the reflection that I proposed has also a therapeutic value. There are a lot of research on climate anxiety, for instance. In Australia there was a big research, and the conclusion was that depression is terrible because you just fade away. Anger, on the other hand, is very important. So I would like to know that, because I favor anger, because it's a productive affect. So how do you put anger in your scheme, Jen, with Jen, or any other of the others? So how does anger come in? Is that a productive affect? Does it fit into your vision of hope, or the vision of leadership, for instance? There were general leadership, but how does it work? Anger. Because I didn't hear the words, but it's there.
Okay, that was a question for me, huh?
Also, yeah, but both of you, because hope and anger also is related.
Sure. All manner of emotions that we consider difficult are very natural about the damage being done and the situation we're in and the excuses that people make for bystanding that or participating in it. So that would include sadness, fear, and also anger. And actually all of those difficult emotions can be productive. It depends on whether we allow ourselves to witness those emotions in ourselves and in each other, to sort of bring them into awareness, that's what's happening, and to have, I think Ellen, you mentioned safe space, I mean, have safe enough spaces for dialogue about that and what's happening, because those emotions are forms of intelligence, and I think we can, we live, most of us, in cultures that sort of see that as kind of bad, and we need to just pull ourselves together and get on with being productive citizens. So I found it transformative myself 5 years ago when I allowed my very difficult emotions of fear, sadness and anger to be. And I realised I'd spent, after that point, 20 years as a sort of a professional environmentalist, not really allowing those emotions, seeing that that's somehow unhelpful. Allowing the emotions meant in the end I called bullshit on myself. I realised that all the work I was doing was a form of denial, because I was scared of where those difficult emotions would lead. I was scared of despair leading to depression and leading to a loss of my identity as a good person who matters in the world. That's what I was scared of. And then when I allowed those emotions to overwhelm me and have that despair, I was lucky enough to know people that would help me find that there's a beautiful way of being human without all my past stories of myself as a worthy human being.
Timothy, maybe you can also reflect on that as from the dark ecology and the way humans and interhumans interact, how anger and weirdness are maybe connected in your theory.
I would love to do that. Let me first of all say, Hank, it's a delightful to see you again after all this time. Lovely to hear your voice. And I'm in a slightly loud place, so please forgive me. I've become a little vocal. As was just said, I mean, so I wrote this book called Dark Ecology, which is basically like, let's start with the fact that this is a terrible situation. And try to find, however, whatever that is for him, is the word we're using right now, and save that, or despite that. I think there's a way to discover something like that while maintaining solidity. Otherwise, you're sort of pitting one American against the other. And I can be pretty toxic. As a recovering patient with psychoanalysis for 25 years, some of it may have dropped off. I don't know, I paid my therapist a lot of money to feel a little bit better. And part of it was to do with realizing that no matter what you're feeling, you can sort of work with it. Everything is fundamentally broken. I think what I'd like to add to this is, there's a way in which, if we're talking about, how to dispose ourselves like that, Americans need to do something, about climate change. They need to do something really quickly, and a lot of them need to do it. Otherwise, China's not going to do it, and Russia's not going to do it, and India's not going to do it. So one thing you can do with all this grief and anxiety, which I also have, is find a purpose, right? Living in a purposeful way. One of my great spiritual speeches for me was multiple surnames of Barbara Shaman from West Africa, and the whole thing is, stop trying to be happy or find the right emotion. Just figure out what your purpose is, and I've got a great purpose for everyone in this room. Find out how to talk to Americans. I'm not kidding. I'm not on any scale whatsoever. I'm trying to talk to thousands of them all at once. It's not working very well. But try to talk to one or two or three and help them understand how urgent this is. A lot of them have an antidote against any emotion whatsoever, which doesn't really matter, because Jesus loves me anyway. So you have to figure out how to talk about those guys, because otherwise we really are, and we can use this sort of rude words to say what we really are right now. And also just in terms of how to I'm agreeing with the people who are sort of dividing the women, sort of saying, I can only really take responsibility for my way of talking. as, when I look at the situation. Maybe my way of talking has been a bit on the wrong side. And I think people like me quite often have talked in the language of, revenge. If you don't watch out, then you're going to go wrong. Yeah. Or, like the universe, is a sort of false optimism thing. Yeah. I think it would be much more powerful to start talking to people about mercy. Yeah, and sort of leave them where they are. Lots of people have a belief about that this is a merciful world. Yeah, and how to be merciful to other human beings, and how to be merciful to, like bunny rabbits and stuff.
And Tim, you're still there?
I'm still here.
Okay. So I heard the word compassion with the three of you, I think, right? So how does compassion, in your case, compassion fit into mercy and revenge? Is it a total different discourse that we are applying once we are going to talk about compassion?
I didn't say anything about compassion.
Okay, I know that.
It's something about revenge versus mercy.
Okay, but given the background of Buddhism, for instance, compassion is a big thing.
Yes.
You don't want to talk about it?
Not right now.
No. Okay, it's a different chapter.
I'd rather talk about mercy.
Yeah, right. I understand.
Just reframing from violence and ego. And Joe Public, in Texas, has got all kinds of defense mechanisms against talking any other religion whatsoever. So I think we have to go there. I'm writing a book right now about Christianity and ecology for this reason. We need to talk to the evangelicals in America.
Okay.
We don't know how to persuade them.
What we're going to do now, we have 5 or 10 minutes left to talk. I would like to turn to the audience. There must be some questions here. We have this beautiful set of thinkers together. Is there anybody who would like to pose a question? Be any question coming up? I'll do the question and then you repeat it here. And otherwise they cannot hear the question.
When I was 15 years old, and that was already 45 years ago, I became
Can I just interrupt for a second and say, unfortunately, we cannot hear that. Is it possible for the person?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. Excuse me.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Where do I? By the door. Oh, I'm really sorry. Good. Hello. I'm going to try to make it short. When I was 15 years old, and that is 45 years ago, I became a milieu activist. And it was in a time where it was not very popular to do that. The majority of the milieu activists in the 70s, where I come from, that means in South America and Bolivia, they were the indigenous people themselves, and they were trying to defend themselves from all those colonialist abuses. And I still remain that way today. For me, there are a couple of principles that we learned at that time. And we had biodiversity as one of our main concerns. Soil pollution, air pollution, water pollution, and ecosystems destruction. And there was one more, was electromagnetic pollution. Those subjects were very important. When Al Gore suddenly became public and popular with his subject, suddenly he introduced climate change and all those other things which for us were very clear big problems suddenly disappeared from the discourse. And what I'm missing today, and I do not belong to the high class, I do belong to the lower classes of this Dutch society, what I miss today is an honest discussion between the different specialists, scientists, those ones who are narrative, but also I really want to listen without censorship. Also the other ones who have also scientific information that opposes the mainstream narrative. And this is something that we miss. And a very big part of the Dutch population and also the European population do not feel comfortable with the climate change narrative. It's at this moment it's been carried out by the academic world, and the majority of the population is not academic. So take consideration of this.
Thank you very much for that. Jem, I think, Jem, did you raise your hand to respond?
Yes.
Please do.
I agree. I would say that environmentalism over the last decades, increasingly over the last few years, has been hijacked by big business, global business, and the interests of finance. I was involved in that hijack. I thought it was good, really good, to get corporations, banks, and billionaires to care and to do. Well, the downside of that is that their understanding of what we should do about the environmental predicament is very narrow. It's very much just focused on carbon emissions. It's focused on clean tech, and that's fundamental. And tech in general is fundamentally limited. I've made a strong argument, I do in my book, that the environmental crisis is a result of the economic system. And if we keep having an expansionist monetary system, then no amount of technology will fix this. I was deeply upset to discover that actually we can't transition through technology to a net zero situation without great disruption to people's way of life. And I'm someone who was advocating that all my life. But also, the data shows it. So we can... Renewable energy has not been displacing fossil fuels. The total demand for energy has been going up globally. So with last year, it was the highest emissions of carbon dioxide by humans ever. So we've got a big reality check that's needed in environmentalism, and unfortunately, we seem to have this, on the one hand, this what I call fake green globalist narrative about what we do about it, and on the other hand, a backlash to that. And so the original environmentalism, which articulated a different way of life, a different set of values, therefore a different economic system, has kind of been lost from public discourse. So with my work, I'm trying to bring that back. I talk about it as a people-loving environmentalism, a freedom-loving environmentalism, one that recognises we need to change everything about our way of life, rather than just think that billionaires and technology will fix it for us.
Thank you, we are going to conclude this evening. I will start with an outline because it really has to go. With maybe, after all the information, things to think about that we have been offered today and yesterday, could you send us home with some words that you think are important to know now? It could be something words of comfort, or it could be words of action, or it could be words of what would you do to, let's say, empower us towards this new symbiosis that we are needing to head to?
Well, I think the remark that I made just before is that acting has a therapeutic value. It's very important because it empowers people in a sense to open up and to do with their freedom something that they couldn't do before that, because acting opens up completely new ways that you couldn't think of before you started acting. So in that sense, for me, acting is very important. And so when Dennis talked about freedom, I think that acting is the opening for this freedom without others having to fill in or to value that freedom beforehand. So and I found the hope, I found it interesting because I more or less, I'm not for hope. I'm not when you use hope the way evidence-based hope in this way, it could be a strategic or tactical tool to empower people as well, and to empower their trust in what they are able to do. So in that sense, the whole story was to be easy, but very, it opened up some more things. And I would like to think I would like to have a decent talk without this ecstasy that we have now. So, but I think then we can talk about compassion again, because on that level, a lot of things need to be worked out as well. So. But it worked 2 long days. Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Henk, and of course for you as well. And even in your final response, you opened up new concepts and new things to think about, freedoms and forward resistance, and we're not going into that now because it's time to go. But Timothy, maybe for you, as you are after Henk in the most comfortable position on the street, do you have some closing words for us to live by tomorrow?
There's some actual homework you can do for me. Go home and go on Google and look up the following 3 words: Symbiosis, liberation, army. And if you could also move, yeah, this was an Afro-futurist, Afro-centric Black Power movement in the 1970s. It's a little known fact actually that the Black Panthers were the first people to do an organic supermarket in the Bay Area of San Francisco. You should look that up, find out all about it, and report back to me in 2 days' time.
Thank you very much, Timothy. For you also, of course, from the audience. Next to you, up to you then. What kind of words of... Oh, where did Jess go? So now you're last on stage. So
yes, yeah, no problem. I think there's 2 things I'd really like to leave you with, is that as I'm listening to everyone, I'm really thinking, it's so important that we check our facts, that we check our most up-to-date information, because we're sharing a lot of ideas, and what I think is fascinating is all of these fields we're talking about, the diversity of ways in which we engage with the planet. A lot is happening in a lot of places. So staying up to date is just really crucial. You know, what's happening in China right now around energy transitions is not what was happening a little while ago. So it's really important to stay up to date. And it's hard to stay up to date because only 3% of what we hear about is in a solutions orientation. So I'd say stay up to date on what's really shifting in the directions you care about, and really check out the Solutions Journalism Network, for example. I'm taking a note from Tim, that's where I go looking. And the other is really creating safe spaces for us to talk about the range of emotions that we have, because it's from there that we have the opportunity to support one another in compassionate ways that allow us to really feel the complexity of things we're feeling, and then be able to engage. And when we know that others are working on things we care about, then it is much easier for us to take a rest if we need to, or that sort of thing. And the last thing I wanted to say is really look and speak with the people under the age of 25, who I think are really asking for a total transformation of the way we live on Earth, including our economic systems and everything else, and really think about their feelings of institutional betrayal, intergenerational harm, those kinds of things, and the ways in which we collaborate collectively as people of all ages on these really crucial issues.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and knowledge and inspiration. Thank you very much. Thank you very much also you in the audience for having been with us for the last 2 days and listening and thinking along. I think Patrick came to the stage to do some more announcements, which the announcement will be leave, yeah? So, thank you very much and to you. Have a good night. Wake up tomorrow and let's meet again. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much for moderating this, Indira. And a warm applause for Indira. So, be more than welcome tomorrow. We're working towards the declaration concerning 3 cultural pop temples. start at 11 o'clock with our keynote from Philip Blom. He's giving a historical overview of collaboration between human and nature. Then we listen to the architect Forrest Arkamada, and later on we go on the Bone Liberation Parade. And there is a lot in between. So be welcome, 11 o'clock, Paradiso. See you tomorrow. Thank you for today.